Alright, welcome to the live broadcast for Pizzahulk's Merchant playthrough. This is just a style I adopted, probably on my third playthrough, third or fourth of Skyrim, Elder Scrolls 5, on PlayStation 3 is when I first started this type of style, I guess. When I first started playing, I made all the mistakes I always play in role-playing games and video games, sort of in general. I am not 12, 13, 21, 35. I'm older than that. The first video game I played was Pong, and the second was at a Winn-Dixie in Montgomery, Alabama, and it was Donkey Kong on a stand-alone machine. So I've been playing video games for a long time and making poor choices. Anyway, my first playthrough for Elder Scrolls Skyrim, I did about everything you could do wrong. Broke missions, broke main quest lines, broke everything you could do. It was about my third or fourth playthrough that I finally kind of got an idea of how I wanted to approach this game in both playing the game and a role-playing aspect. So I came up with kind of this idea of this merchant. You start up the game, and I just want to go ahead and say, there'll be plenty of spoilers in this video. Why are you watching a video on a video game you haven't played without expecting some spoilers? I wouldn't even begin to know. So I will try to keep it as nice as possible and not try to reveal everything, but some things I need to explain, and some things, of course, going to come to light just because I can't keep my mouth shut. So there's that too. So you get caught up in the beginning of the game. There's sort of this weird sort of, why are you here in this cart with this guy? You get caught up in some kind of raid or whatever. And I always thought, well, what kind of person are you that gets scooped up? And I always thought, well, maybe a merchant. Maybe you're somebody who's come to Skyrim to possibly take advantage of the Civil War here, or just because you wanted to come to Skyrim for its uniqueness, for its ingredients, for whatever you came here for. So this particular playthrough, I'm a half Breton, half Nord. For my role-playing purposes, my father is a Breton. The name of my character is Brindley Tharn. Yes, we're related to those Tharns, but very distantly. I wanted that 25% magic reduction. Resistance. And I kind of just wanted to build off that. So in my role play, like I said, you have this Breton father, court mage, trained in Cyrodiil, working for different, royalty, big houses, and a definitely closer to a master level type mage. And my mother would be a hero Nord who was fighting in the Great War. After the White Gold Concordant was basically too ashamed to go back to Skyrim, met my father and adventured for a while, and eventually produced me. Growing up in Cyrodiil, in the Imperial City and in these core kind of situations, you grow to learn a lot about enchantment and alchemy and magic from, my father. And then my mother, of course, is a classic sort of Nord hero, ready to rush in and help anyone in need or take up a cause and use that big two-handed warhammer to take care of business. So through all that, I also, and I won't get too deep into it because it's my imagination, but you're traveling with Khajiit caravans, you're meeting with the Alakir, you're traveling all over the world of Tamriel to sort of craft and hone your abilities as a mage, as an alchemist, and as a warrior to a lesser extent, but more so in the adventuring kind of aspect. So we find ourselves hearing stories of Skyrim from our mother and the Nords, and wanting to go sort of research a different aspect of our heritage, and go into Skyrim to sell, to use your abilities and your your magics, your enchantments, and your alchemy. So you get caught up with Ulfric and the rest crossing the border, and here we are in Skyrim. So that's sort of the basis of the roleplay for this particular kind of character. Yeah, that's kind of where we started. Now I'm going to start with a weird sort of way to start this. I'm going to break this up into two pieces, but I kind of want to show you what most people would consider a cheat, but what I personally consider a glitch. Whatever you're feeling. To me, a cheat is left, right, up, down, circle, square, triangle. Okay, that's a cheat. Getting into the code on a computer, that's a cheat. Okay, this is a glitch in the game that they never fixed, and they obviously don't want to fix. And to even figure it out, I feel like insider information was basically given. This cheat in particular, and the one that you can do in Whiterun with Greymane's chest. I mean, come on, Bethesda people leaked that. There's no way anybody accidentally figured that out. So it's in the game. They left it there on purpose. It's something you can exploit, and I would say, you can exploit to different degrees. Personally, this is my favorite glitch in any game, next to the money glitch in Grand Theft Auto 5. So, which is still available, by the way, even if you are playing on PlayStation 4 or the Xbox. You can still do it, not like you could before, or as easy as you could, but you can still do that one. And after the patches, they've changed some glitches that you could do in Skyrim as well. But they left these in, so, you decide. And it's really up to you to decide the level of how much you exploit this glitch. So here we are in Dawnstar. If you have dragons turned on, you fought quite a lot of dragons in Dawnstar. I would recommend for this particular type of style, not turning dragons on until, I don't know, level 35, level 50. I always say level 50, but I never make it that far. I get bored, I guess, a little bit. What is happening? What just happened? Interesting. So what are we going to do? Well, you want to find the Khajiit caravan outside of Dawnstar. You want to find Akari, who I think just ran this way. Good lord. Way to start a video. Stupid. Skyrim. Anyway, you want to walk up to her, you want to talk to her, you want to say, what do you got for sale? Take a quick peek at her inventory. Now you're going to see a few things in here that aren't a normal, and this is an unmodded playthrough, by the way. I think that's important to some people. But I do have a few of the Creation Club things turned on. Any kind of advantage you get is not cheating as far as Creation Club is concerned. Now, some people might consider that cheating in and of its own. I don't care. You do you and figure it out on your own. But you'll notice a few things that you might not normally see through
I hope that you will come to the
regular
with us again.
playthrough. I didn't buy too much from the Creation Club. Most of it's a joke.
day, Ulfric Stormblood
the other one that
murdered the
gives
High
you
King
the
with his voice. Shouted
alchemy
him
ingredients
apart.
from the Khajiit and a couple of houses. Alright, so if you're paying attention, I just ran across and I
I've seen
found this
enough
little
death
area
to last
back
3
here by the
lifetimes.
mines.
Yet I never tire of a good fight. What do you make of
And you
that?
see I walked up here, and if you look around in this general area, and you can approach from this side, you'll see, say, it's a search chest. You come from this way. You can also get on there. And we're going to open the chest. Now, this is the chest for Akiri, the Khajiit merchant. And I'm really looking for, at this point, I've done most of what I need, but anything that you see in this list, you can take for free. There's no consequences. It doesn't, count as stealing or anything. And why am I showing you this? Why is this helpful? Well, at the beginning of the game, this can help you find not only, certain ingredients you can't always get, but mostly this I mine for soul gems. As you can see, there's a few. Certain types of ores, poisons, whatever. It's helpful with the hearthfire stuff as well, because you can get glass here and straw, ebony ingots, and as you level up, more stuff will be available. Now you can see here there's some actual cash you can take from this chest, and I want to make sure you understand that this is me with a speech of 100 and invested $1,000 into every merchant in the world, which of course in a merchant playthrough is a major goal. You can take the money, and you'll see down there where it says gold, I have 242,186 gold coins. Believe me, it's not from ripping off this chest, okay? When earlier in the game, when you it's most helpful to mine this chest. You get 500 gold every time you do it. So we'll take that money anyway. Again, mostly what I do in the beginning of the game is I mine this for soul gems. It can be helpful also for, Horker tusks you can use to make Horker heads in your Hearthfire homes, and like I said, there's glass and everything else. Endorsing. Whatever this one is, it gives you spells. It gives you arrows. No, it gives you spells and alchemy, I think. And these alchemy ingredients are way stronger than most of your base stuff. Imagine every one of these ingredients is a salmon roe or a giant's toe. Okay. You can get all the lockpicks you ever need. This is a great place to get moon sugar. And the poisons and potions generally are a little higher. If you're like me and you love to have skooma laying around all your places and homes to show, your true addiction and your weakness of your character, this is a great way to do that and get skooma and moon sugar. The backpack is great in Fallout 4, and the backpack's great here in the Creation Club for Elder Scrolls 5. So, who doesn't want 75 extra pounds of weight? And they do different things. Stamina, magic increase your bow attack, etc. What else do I want? And the main reason, again, for showing you this is that early in the game, you want to focus for the merchant playthrough on your alchemy, your smithing, and your enchanting. And this is just a great way early on to get some of these enchanted things to break down, basically so you can create your own stuff. Usually I don't take robes, but a pound worth 3,700 bucks is kind of worth it. So we stole everything from the crate. Now I know this is kind of messed up way to start. We'll get to the actual way to start this particular playthrough here in a minute. But, and I want to show you something. Okay, see this snowberry? It's already picked, right? Well, I didn't pick it any time recently. I picked this probably the first time I ever came to Dawn's Throat. And, okay, these are regrown. But, over time, what I want to point out is, if you pick anything in town, it will sometimes come back, and sometimes, even after it's come back, it will re-disappear. So, anything that you pick in town, remember, when you revisit, it may not be there. Even if it's like 6 weeks, literally actual 6 weeks of human real time, it'll just disappear. So if you pick everything out of Whiterun, the actual city of Whiterun, or Ripton, all those flowers, all those everything that's laying around there, remember when you go back to visit, sometimes it'll be there and you can pick it again, and other times you'll go there and it's just barren. So I picked this, like I said, probably in the first day or two of playing. So, anyway, we got Akari over here. That's the neighbor. And as far as how to pronounce these things, I really couldn't give a shit. I pronounce it like I pronounce it. So here she is. Carjo, by the way, is my bud. I got him on Moonstone. We're gonna save real quick here. Sorry you can't see this. I don't really understand the point of hiding my saves, but whatever. And we're back. We're going to kill her real quick. You got a one spell that can just do it, or a sword that can kill her in one shot. Your business. She's dead. And now we're going to load the save we just saved. And that will bring us back to just a minute ago. Eat an ingredient to learn its properties and slightly raise your alchemy skill. Now, it's important that you speak to her again.
So many.
You ask her what she has for sale. And what has happened is her inventory has restocked. Okay. And that means everything in this little chest is back here. Again, has been restocked as well. Which means you can do this over and over. I won't say infinitely, because eventually they'll leave. So when they are in town, you want to hit them up. And like I said, I hit this up sparingly. What I'm really looking for right now are alchemy ingredients. At this late stage, the new ones that are part of the Creation Club, I'm looking for stone petal flowers mostly. I think that's what they're called. Let's take that 1500. I don't really need soul gems, iron ore, you know, this basically, look at this as just sort of the shopping list of things that you need right now. Don't try to empty her out. Don't try to take everything she's got, you know. Remember that what's great, you know, grab all the iron ore and silver ore, because early on you're trying to bring up your alteration. Once you get transmute, grab all the soul gems, because that's going to help you with your enchanting until you can get, well, if you do the Dragonborn DLC, the staff enchanter, and once you can do staff enchanting, you can pretty much use that to upgrade your enchanting. So this is a great place, like I said, to get moon sugar. And again, at this point, I'm collecting poisons, bottles, and things like that for seriously just role-playing and putting stuff in my houses. Then I have tons of skimmer, so I'm just going to take the one. But like you said, if you think this is a bottle you want to set down by your bed or in your home, you know, it's a great place to do that, to get those kind of things. Now down here, we're starting to run into some of the enchantments, and like I said, mostly what I do at the beginning of the game is I come here for soul gems and enchantments I haven't found in the game, and robes. weighs 1 pound, 3,500 bucks. Great. Alright, so now we know how that works. Again, you can scoot your butt back across Dawnstar. And like I said, Dawnstar is notorious for getting attacked by dragons. In fact, multiple dragons. Usually when I come here I have to fight one or two. You won't see Alation or Allison or however his name is because I adopted him. Not because I like him. He's glitched. You can't give him anything. You can't give him a doll or a sword or clothes, but I just get sick of him running around all the time. So if you want to repeat this, of course, you
I've
come
seen
here,
enough death to...
and I'll show you real quick. Sorry for the screen blockage. Like, what are you going to see that you could do anything to? I don't even understand that part.
Yet I never tire of a good fight.
And
What
you
do you make
should
of
be
that?
seeing what I'm seeing again. I saved.
Come and see what good like.
Where's the card? Ah, there she is. Alright.
You honor me
Boom.
with your presence.
Die. Sorry, Mel, but in the way. And then we're gonna reload that last save again. And sorry. Sorry! You can't see it. And after a quick little picture of this glass mace here, or sword, axe, something. We're back again. Where is she? Click on her.
Where so many.
Ask her what
Take a
she's
look.
got for sale. I do think this matters.
May your
Run
road
across
lead
town.
you to warm saddles.
Just click on that, and we have a whole new bit of stuff here. You can take advantage of this however you want. And again, like I said, remember, this is late in the game. I'm level 69. So, you're not getting 1500 every time you do this early in the game. Alright. But like I said, mostly what I'm looking for right now are these, and mostly what I'm looking for are the ingredients that enhance enchantment and smithing. Doesn't look like much this time. Good to go. So I'm gonna call it good. I robbed her a few times. My weight's getting up there. We'll talk about weight here shortly, but now we're gonna kind of go to where I think this video really, kind of, in all honesty, should have started. But I'm not trying to show you how to break the game. I'm trying to show you how, if you're smart and you want to keep the game from being too ridiculous, there are certain things that you can mine from that chest. So get to Dawnstar early. Simply take the carriage. Like I said, you're gonna want to not have dragons for as long as possible. So here we are in Helgen. It's a beautiful day. Tons of enemies. Oh, yeah. So we're gonna, you talk to whoever. I'm playing Stormcloak this time, just because I rarely do. Because my first playthrough was Stormcloak and I sucked and I broke the game and I did all this terrible stuff. I've rarely ever played for him. And once you kind of gotten to know the game a little bit, it's kind of hard sometimes to feel sympathy for the Stormcloaks. But since my character, and that's, I'm light armored Elvin almost all the time, but let me get her hood off to kind of give you an idea. Whoops, we're not getting naked. Here we go. And I want you to look, Blackguard's hood. Prices are how much better? 25%. Add that with my merch necklace, with full enchanting, I'm getting 50% better prices every time I talk to someone. So. But as you can see, I modeled her after a Nord as far as her features are concerned.
I've never
her
been a
hair,
sellsword. Never traded my skills for pay.
But in stature-wise,
I've always
that's
adventured on my own terms.
the lioness, a typical Nord. You can see I'm way shorter than a Nord female. But my actual features, I tried for that squared kind of jaw, that broad nose and forehead, those deep blue eyes, and then, you know, the blonde hair. Kind of that Scandinavian look. And there we go. Alright. So, my point is, I guess I'll do this in third person. Apparently people who watch videos like that. From the beginning of the game, you're overpowered as long as you take advantage of your surroundings. Now, I played the Elder Scrolls games from Morrowind to Elder Scrolls Online, and I've got to say that in this particular one, the abundance of alchemical ingredients is out of control. Now, whether you consider Skyrim, Elder Scrolls V, an actual Elder Scrolls game, I don't care. Is it different? Yes. Is it technically Elder Scrolls? Yes and no. So, it kind of depends on how you look at things. Hold on, my daughter just texted me. Yes, she wants to go to the store tomorrow to buy something. She needs to go to bed. Alright. And I'm not gonna grab everything, but I want to point out right here, right from the get-go, okay, right from when you, and there's things you can gather around, but right on your very first walk, whether you choose Stormcloak or, okay, you're welcome, you can start gathering alchemy, right? And I wouldn't branch out far, you know, you've got your stupid steel sword or bow, but purple mountain flower, snowberry, right? There's a lot of ingredients that you can gather just on your way to, is it Riverwood? As many times as I played this game. Boom. Blue mountain flowers are incredibly important and potent and make expensive potions. Purple mountain flowers aren't bad. Thistle you can make stuff with as well. And I just, you know, look, boom, 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 boom. So, just taking this walk, blue mountain flower, purple, blue. You see what I'm saying? I mean, this
I've seen enough
right
death
here.
to last 3
There's another one right here. Look.
Yet I never tire of a good fight.
Let's keep
What do you
looking.
make of that?
And as long as you don't wander too far off, you can see I haven't explored everything. What time is it? You know what? We're gonna. Let's do this right. And just because I can.
Look!
Let's have a beautiful day. Give it a minute. People make fun of this. Okay, quit texting me. People make fun of this channel, but
You should have
I
seen me
mean,
at the height of my
I know people
adventuring
like,
career.
look,
was
I love playing
fearless
modded
and took too many
Skyrim.
risks. But that's
I
what
love
it was
playing
all
modded
about.
Fallout 4. But this shout in particular, I mean, No, I don't get the resolution. No, I don't get all this stupid little, you know, the FPS I can get from using mods. But, I mean, Clear Skies just on its own will definitely make this game a little more beautiful. So, wait, am I going the right road? Am I doing this right? Yeah, I'm headed to the mountains. This way. How am I headed to a river? Alright. I took a wrong road. But again, you can creep up the side. Most of what you're doing at the beginning is very simple anyway. Yeah, I'm headed to Ripton. Ugh. Is that right? Or did I pop out on the wrong side of Helgen? Whatever. What is the road you take to... Where do you come out? Is there another door? Yeah, okay. Alright. Yeah, because there's the Guardian Stones. Alright, so... Plenty of alchemy. Just keep grabbing it. And... what we want to do... Because remember, this is the beginning of the game. Alright, there's very little... trouble, but plenty of gathering. Leave all those swords, leave all those helmets, and any other, dress yourself in whatever you can for protection, but mainly pick up the alchemy. This is especially these purple mountain and blue mountain flowers, and start heading to Whiterun. Dog. Dog. Yeah, I have a dog, but okay. Anyway, let's see, where else do we go? Let's continue on. So, grab whatever you can. If you want to run down a little ways this way, that's fine. If you want to run out a little way, that's fine. Nothing too challenging here that you can't handle from the beginning of the game. My point is, there's plenty of alchemy ingredients along the road. So, grab all these snowberries and flowers and thistles. Whatever you have. And I want to... Yeah.
Skyrim is one of the most dangerous places
So
in
hit your
Tamriel.
Guardian Stone,
I
keep
think
heading,
they're wrong.
following whoever
It's
you're following.
magnificent, and I'm proud to call it
Stormcloak
home.
Imperial, it doesn't really matter. Sorry, I keep checking my map, but I haven't been back here in a while. You don't really pay much attention when you're sort of chasing Ralof or what's his name? But again, if you want to head up this way just a little bit and look for alchemy around here, that's fine. Heading off the path is not a big deal. Just don't stray too far and get yourself into too much trouble. Avoid find much. And eventually, there's Riverwood. We're going to find ourselves here in Riverwood, excuse me. And then, look, more tapanilla. Mushrooms, any flowers, any alchemy, I guess is really my point. Which will bring you to Riverwood, where we all sort of end up at the beginning of the game. Now, once you get here, my recommendation would be to find Fendel. Vandal. I will take. And I don't normally recommend actually taking everything out of a town. You can, and it would be it's not a bad move, really. Sorry, I needed a drink. I was getting dry out there. But anyway, take whatever you can. I try not to take too much from the cities and towns because it just kind of leaves them looking bare.
May you die with a sword in your hands.
And
You're pretty.
what I would recommend is helping Bendel, specifically for a couple of reasons. And I think normally I come through this way. But why Bendel over Sven? Well, Bendel becomes the follower if you help him. And he's an archer. Which, in particular, if you're tanky, one-handed, sword, two-handed, even if you're a mage or whatever, it doesn't hurt to have an archer around.
I journeyed with my father on hunting
in particular,
expeditions into Morrowind.
one of the
cliff
benefits
racers made for
of
excellent
Bendel is
sport.
that if you purchase his training, then go into, he's your follower, you get the training while he's your follower, then go into, I want to trade in the inventory, you can get your money back. So if you spend $2,700 on training, that $2,700 is inventory, and you can just get it back, so you train 5 levels for archery for free. So I generally take him as my first follower. Alright. Continuing on. And like I said, you can come back here, and after you've taken all this stuff will be back, but sometimes when you come here to visit, all this stuff will be picked again. And it looks like shit, just to be honest. So I try not to take too much from towns and cities. So we continue on our journey to Whiterun. There's salmon in the streams. Look around, you can find some mud crabs and get some mud crab chitin. There's silver-slide perch and little fishies. And we will continue on to Whiterun, and you can take either path, really. I never pass up on catching a blue butterfly. Always catch butterflies. Why? Did you see that blue butterfly wing 2 added? Now at this point with alchemy, or well, actually not at this point, but because I went legendary, but if you're 100 in alchemy and you have 4 alchemy enchanted things, and they're as high as your enchanting can go, you can get like $3,000, $2,000 to $4,000 on these potions just from butterflies. So think about this. We'll say 2,000. You catch 1 butterfly, that's 4,000 gold. Okay. How do you beat that? You get 2 ingredients automatically, no matter what. So moving on, you see the mushrooms, right? Never miss a chance to kill a deer. I definitely, like I said, start with archery. You can get antlers, venison for food, and skins for leather. So, if you're a big fan of hunting, this is the game for you, in my personal opinion. And I think there's even a place somewhere where this, yeah, see the salmon jumping upstream?
The poor man soiled his armor.
I'm gonna try it. If you can catch one jumping upstream, it's kind of hard. better places to go at this point. Anyway, if you catch one of these suckers, not only do you get salmon meat, but you get salmon roe, which I personally consider, you know, without the Creation Club edition, to be the most powerful and most lucrative alchemical ingredient. Now I'm at 40 minutes, heading on 41 minutes. This is going to be a long video, so strap in, get a drink. Take a whiz, and we will continue on. So, continue to grab all these alchemy ingredients along the way. There's some lavender. Another 40.
I'm on my way to Solitude to join the Legion. The United Empire is better for everyone.
Legion. Shouldn't kill that guy. I'll fight him again and kill him. So, there's red mountain flower, that's rare. You want to take that. Rare. And here we are in Whiterun, you know. You'll have your companions. Again, every butterfly ever see. And there's this jumping salmon again. You see those guys? So if you catch a salmon just like swimming around, you'll get salmon meat. But if you catch one of these suckers who's popping up and jumping, you also get salmon roe. Oh, we're gonna have some fun here. Let's remember to kill this guy. Armor. Nice. Apparently I'm on his head killing him. Shit, that's me. Now, obviously, I have dragons turned on. You can play pretty much almost all aspects of this game without dragons turned
I've
on.
seen enough death in the last 3 lifetimes.
Up to a certain
Never
point.
tire of a good fight. What do you make of that?
That ain't the deal. Excuse me. And I don't need any bonus skills at this point. I got plenty. Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm amazing. And yes, that is a storm cloak because storm cloaks have taken over Whiterun at this particular point. So, as you can see, again, just alchemy everywhere. I mean, literally everywhere. I've never played an Elder Scrolls game that has just so much alchemy ingredients just laying around, you know, somebody can pick. And again, I want to point out, absolutely rob these farms, you know, because food in the beginning of the game especially is important, and wheat is also an important alchemical ingredient. However, you pick all this stuff from these farms, and sometimes when you come here, it'll just stay picked. So, remember, you can reuse some of this stuff a lot, but sometimes you won't be able to because the game decides that whatever you picked it 3 months ago, it doesn't matter, but whatever. As you can see, most of it's here now, and you can repick it multiple times. But let's see. See how these cabbages are gone? That's because when I first got here in the leagues too, I picked all this stuff, except for whatever hasn't been picked in this league. This cabbage. And right now, even though I've never repicked them again, and I'm level 69, so you gotta imagine how many times, and you know, Whiterun has changed hands. I mean, things have gone on. it has decided that this stuff is still picked. So that's something to consider. Alright. Tra-la-la-la. For some reason, like I said, all the flowers are back. Works. So there's red mountain flower. So we grabbed all this stuff. Continue on our way to White Run. Now, if you've never played the game, you shouldn't be watching this video. If you played the game, well, it might be helpful, but it's going to be full of spoilers. As you can see, we still have some red crap around here. And again, look, boom, 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 boom,
Come to
boom.
chat with an old woman.
And I don't mind taking stuff generally outside of
My
the
father wanted me to follow in
holds,
his
but
footsteps as a
once you
hunter,
get in,
but I set my aspirations a bit
if
higher.
you want to sort
never
of have that
complained.
beauty
Listen.
look, then don't pick it. But I also want to show you just how much alchemy ingredients are available. Just on the way to White Run, and once you walk in the door. So we walked into White Run, and you're going to find tons of alchemy here. But it also looks pretty. I mean, think about it. I mean, I have never picked these, so they'll always be here. But if they pick them, you know, the next time I visit the city, they could be here, they could be gone. I just don't like the look when everything pretty in town is all picked up. Now, I will tell you that anything off the main track, pick away, okay? Stuff you don't normally see in these back little areas, I mean, go for it, you know, take whatever you can. And I will say, outside of Arcadia's Cauldron, and you can see this is picked, look. But we have Nightshade and Dragonstone here as well. So by now you've got quite a bit of alchemy, and especially if you take everything that's in town, which I wouldn't. But you can. You've got a bunch. So what are you going to do? You're going to roll into our Arcadia's Cauldron. I don't even really
Take a good look
remember. I
around.
think you just have to
I'm
take
sure you'll find what you're
a
looking for.
potion to somebody
If
or
not,
something
let me
like
know.
that.
I might
Good,
have
she's
it stored away.
restocked. Once you make friends, once you become Thane, once you do a job for any of these people, more often than not, a lot of the ingredients in
I
their
sell
shops,
keys for
homes,
Oreos, and
whatever,
I'll be happy to serve
are
them.
free. As in, I can take this Greek cluster, the spring and staff, the troll, bat, blister wart. Now look, I can't take the weak poison or the stamina poison or the
I offer
potion of
remedies for
strength, but I can
ailments
take
both
that
common
spider
and rare.
egg and that
Do let me know
taproot.
if I can be of
And these
service.
will, every few days, come back. So as long as you don't take the void salts,
You'll
but
find
the
tonics,
skewer,
salves,
tail, the
poultices,
death
and
bell,
potions on
and
my shelves.
the hag-raven
Browse
feathers,
to your heart's content.
ectoplasm, dragon, flies, whatever, you can just continually, you have an infinite supply. I mean, there's multiple instances of this in the game.
I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare.
Just like Nernroot,
Do let
you
me
know,
know if I can be of
they're-
service.
well, you can buy Nernroot from certain merchants. And in certain merchants' places, they're just laying around that you can take over and over again.
People say Skyrim is one of the most dangerous places in Tamriel.
And
I
I
think they're
encourage
wrong.
you to
It's
steal
magnificent, and I'm proud to call it home.
for acquisition. All this stuff. Take it all.
If there's anything I can help you with,
And like I said, it's
you
not
have
just
but to ask.
alchemy. It's food, it's books, bread. All this stuff repeats repeats. You need a bunch of boiled cream treats. You know, this is the place to get it. So. And that's Bellathor. That's any shop, any, you know, Neuralians, whoever. Once you do their mission, once you become a thing, once you do whatever, you can take stuff freely from their shops.
My cousin's out fighting dragons. And what
So
do
at this
I do?
point,
Guard duty.
you've got a decent amount of ingredients. Like I said, do her favorites. Fairly simple.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're
Get-go.
looking for.
And what
If
you're going
not,
to want
let
to
me
do
know.
is walk over.
I might have
Well,
it stored away.
anything that you have a multiple of, eat that ingredient. So, at this point, you've seen all the flowers, so we should have, let's say, 15 purple mountain flowers. Eat one. You know, 10 blue mountain flowers. Eat one.
If there's anything
whatever.
I can help you with,
Now,
you have but
if you
to
played the
ask.
game before, you're familiar with certain recipes, or you should be. So, you'll understand the importance of canis root and imp stool. You'll know why you want blisterwort and glowing mushrooms. You'll know why you want to
You'll
catch all
find
those blue
tonics,
butterflies.
salves,
You know,
poultices, and potions on my
you
shelves.
want to
Yours to
have
your
those
heart's
certain,
content.
you know, why are death bell important? You know, they're important for the slow potion. You say, well, what great? You know, I don't think slow is that great of a potion. It's not.
I sell
It's
cures
really
for
not,
all ills,
except
and I'll be
for,
happy to
you know,
serve you.
fun. It's a fun potion, but it's not a particularly helpful potion in my personal opinion. But it's an expensive potion. Let's see if I have anything.
If
on
there's
me.
anything I can
So,
help you with, you have but to ask.
and this is without my gear. No. So my alchemy being as it is, let's get to realistic things. There's a $234 potion.
I offer
That's pretty
remedies
good.
for ailments both common
Alright.
and rare.
The
Do
most
let me know if I can
here's
help
here's
service.
what we're looking for money. Okay, damage magicka regen.
You should have seen me at the
There's
height
that
of my
blue
adventure
butterfly
in
wing.
Korea. I was fearless and took too many risks.
537.
But that's
at
what
the
it was
gate.
all about.
But there we go. Well, that's not
I
very
sell
good.
cures for all ills.
Okay,
and I'll
there
be
we go.
happy to serve you.
So you can see that the blue butterfly wing with a spider egg makes a $624 potion, and with the sprig and sap is a $565, and with hanging moss is a $537. So this is a fairly high. Not only is it going to make you more money, but it'll give you more
You'll
experience.
find
for making
tonics,
those bigger
salves,
potions.
poultices, and potions on my shelves.
Fortified
Rouse to your
carry
heart's
weight,
content.
because you have the giant's toe, which is going to increase the amount of the potion, but also the length of time. You see how this is 300 seconds? That's because you have a giant's toe. Alright, that's a good one.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Invisibility potions as well are worth more than some of this other stuff. So you can see that's 167. Now when you put on all
I
your
offer
alchemy
remedies for
stuff,
ailments both
you know, you
common
got your
and
alchemy
rare.
hat,
Do
gloves,
let me know if I can be of service.
necklace, and ring on. This is going to greatly increase the value. So, nope. And then, here, turn them all off. Paralysis. You can grow, and we'll get to that here shortly. Canis root.
You'll
And
find
imp stool.
tonics,
I mean, look at
salves,
that.
poultices, and
That's
potions on my
huge.
shelves.
And again,
Browse to your heart's
my
content.
alchemy's not at 100 right now because I went legendary. I think it's maybe at an 80. I'm not even sure it's that high. But I'm getting $1,556 for one potion. Okay,
there's
so
anything I can help you with,
one Canis,
You have but to ask.
555. There we go. That's more realistic. But with all that alchemy, enchanted alchemy stuff, you're getting up into the 2,000 coin range. Oh, and swap buckle pods. You can grow those suckers too. Okay.
I offer
Another good one for money is slow, water breathing. Basically, I make most of my money on slow, paralysis, invisibility, and damage magic or regen. And fortify carry weight. The beer's okay, but most of these other potions are, depending on your knowledge of the ingredients, you're only making so much money. My point is with
My
just
father
the
wanted me to
ingredients
follow
that
in
you've
his
gathered
footsteps as a hunter,
so far,
but I set
If
my
there's anything I
aspirations a
can
bit
help you with,
higher.
you have
He never
but to ask.
mixing
complained.
those together, you should be able to come up. And how you do this, I really don't give a shit. Whether you think it's cheating or not, go to Wiki. I mean, absolutely go to Wiki.
I offer
And
remedies for ailments both common
Go
and
to one
rare.
of the pages that
Do let me
has.
know if I can
I'm
be
a
of
big
service.
fan of the unofficial Elder Scrolls page. I think that you're going to find the best information there. If that's a plug, I don't really care. I think that's where you're going to find the best stuff.
You'll
Sometimes
find
it's
tonics,
other places,
salves, poultices, and potions on
but
the shelves.
go through your ingredients,
Browse to your heart's
find out
content.
what matches, put them together. Once you get that potion together, you know, Charskeever hide and Ball's head turn feathers equal cure disease. It will always be
If there's
there. It
anything
doesn't
I can
matter
help you with,
whether you go
you have but to
legendary or
ask.
not. And now you know that you can put these two together. So look it up. I'll put it to you this way.
I sell cures for
You're
all
telling
ails,
me that in
and I'll be happy to
Tamriel,
serve you.
nobody's ever made a list of ingredients that work together for alchemy? Sorry, I was lighting a cigarette. Gotta take 7 minutes off my life, because life is hard.
I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know
There
if I
would
can
be a
of
book.
service.
There'd be books. There, you know, you can buy all these stupid recipes from these alchemists all over the place, but you tell me I could buy one book that would give me like 30 potions? Come on. So don't be afraid to look it up. It's not cheating. If you think it's cheating, eat your ingredients and waste your perk points on getting up to the part where you can get all the ingredients for eating one. You should be able to make enough potions right from the get-go,
I
just
sell
from
cures
walking
for
from
all
Helgen to
ails,
here.
and I'll be happy to serve you.
Thank you. And doing her little job to rob her shop to get other
What do you need,
ingredients.
You look rather pale.
Now we get to the important part,
Could be
and the most
ataxia.
important part
It's quite a
of
problem
becoming
back
a
home in
merchant.
Cyrodiil.
And that is, what have you got for sale? So we go into her inventory.
Ah, so you're an
Yes, I'm an
alchemist then.
We're in ingredients. And at first you're trying to buy pretty much everything and anything you don't have. And I'll get to the point of why I'm buying certain things and not others here in a minute. Now you should be able to, maybe not the voice salts at the beginning, you should be able to buy most of their inventory, right? And then literally just from the things that you found, you know, wandering from Helgen to here, you should be able to run down to your potions. And I'm just going to use what I've got in my inventory. And pay for this stuff. I don't want to sell everything. Everything I'm using. I try to keep these at 10. I just like the name of that. I'm not selling that, and obviously I'm not selling that. Alright, so normally what I would try to do at the beginning of the game, remember this at the beginning of the game, this merchant has like 500 gold. Okay? So purchase whatever you want, and then drain their inventory. You know what? I don't need all this game. Drain their inventory down to as close to zero as you can get. So what did I do? I bartered, basically, my potions for what I paid, for what I bought from them. So it cost me nothing. It cost me picking ingredients off the ground. And also leaving them at as close to zero as you can get. So that not only did I, with barter, get my ingredients that I wanted, but I also made $500. And that, my folks and friends, is the basis of the merchant playthrough. From day one, you
These
can buy
stone folks are ridiculous. They won't
what
shop
you
here
need
because they think I'll sell
to
them
make more
poisoned
money. Now she's going to
tunnels.
have ingredients,
We can just go
obviously,
back to
that, you know,
Cyrodiil.
the Charos eggs and all that stuff. That not only have you not had the opportunity to come across at this point,
Pardon me, but do I detect a case of the rattles? I've
but
got
give you
something
the
for that.
ability to make, you know, more and more expensive potions, increasing your alchemy, making at every
I
point
have
you go up in
several elixirs
alchemy,
for sale.
the more expensive your potions become, and the more ingredients that you can
People
buy.
say
Are you
Skyrim
buying
is one
it?
of the
Are you
most
seeing
dangerous
it?
Hardy
You
places
Nord
smell
like
it?
you doesn't need
You
a cure-all.
understand
I hate that
what
wrong.
I'm
What
saying?
about an invisibility potion?
Walking
And I'm
from
proud to call it home.
Helgen to Whiterun, beginning of the game, you grab
something?
everything. You're set for the rest of the game. Now, we're going to pop out here. It should still be early enough to show this. I know we're an hour in, and you're just joining me. Hello.
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Shut up, Eamon. And then we're going to pop out. Oof. You know what? No. Oh, you know what? Hey, babe. Sorry, I was saying hello to my wife. We're gonna run up. Excuse me. I'm drinking soda. And that. And the great thing about this is converting all these ingredients, which actually get heavy over time, and you'll realize a lot of times that ingredients are some of the heaviest stuff in your inventory when you're thinking, oh, it can't be, but if you have 31 Charos eggs, yes, look, it's heavy. What's up, Lydia?
Honor to you, my friend.
And we're out. Excuse me. I know that first person thing.
My mother would.
Dizzy. I just play in first person, unless I don't. Anyway, so I'm not buying or selling anything right now. I just kind of want to look like it first. There we go. Alright. Now, we're
Come
going
to
to pop
chat
out.
with an old woman.
Oh. So we're day 2. In theory, of our magical merchant mystery ride. And what I want to look for are Khajiit, which I see.
All for sale at fair prices.
We need him.
Welcome. Take a
Now,
look.
again, great person to look for particular things that you can't find, and especially magic items, okay? Those enchanted items, some of the best ones in the game are found earliest on with the Khajiit. The Khajiit are, in my opinion, one of the best additions to Skyrim. Really all I want right now is ingredients for what I'm doing. And again, I'm not really set up. I don't even know what the kind of stuff I'm running with. But, this, oh, by the way, get this early on, okay? Now look at this thing. My smithing was obviously way up there when I did this. So, my base damage is 117 on a dagger. Whatever. But with a 25% chance of a critical hit. That's awesome. You know the kind of enemies you can take down with this stupid dagger, and it only weighs 2.5 pounds, and guess what the charge is? None. I'm not going to tell you how to get it. Figure it out, find out, or look it up like I did, okay? Actually, I didn't look this one up. I came across it. But this or Mayrune's dagger, I mean, this one in particular, though, I mean, there's no recharge. You don't ever have to waste a soul stone. You can make this your weapon for the whole game. Do all the killing that you need for only 2.5 pounds. Believe me, 25% chance of a critical hit. If you play these games long enough, I mean, you understand that even though something says, oh, well, it's only a 10% chance. Okay, but I got 3 hits in a row where I got it. So this is a game breaker, in my opinion, and it's something you should always have in your inventory. What other kind of crap I've got? Oh, and I want to point out, look, 2 Blackguard boots. 2 Blackguard's gloves. If you already know where, how, and when, and again, 2 hoods. This is, if you don't have this hood and you're, you know, obviously you can get the Thieves Guild hood for, what is it? I think it starts at 15%, or maybe it's 10, I don't know. I know you can get another 5% for completing the Thieves Guild, up to the point where Tanelia gives you a new hood, but or whatever you deem is important. Me, it's prices. This is a merchant's playthrough. This is what you want, okay? But look how much the armor is worth, and I don't need it because I've already got one. I can sell these boots like I'm going to. 251,199 gold. Alright? I didn't get there by mistake. So, anytime you can take advantage, and again, the Thieves Guild stuff, again, I'm not trying to break the game, but a whole set of Thieves Guild armor repeats and resets in the cistern over and over again. So why you aren't going there every couple of days to pick this stuff up to sell is beyond me. And even the Blackguard stuff, if you didn't know, obviously it repeats. So normally it would be potions, but I'm rather light on potions. I'm down to the point of the stuff that I actually use on a regular basis, so I'm not trying to get rid of all that. Scrolls is a great place to get rid of scrolls. I don't really mess with scrolls because my magic is high. Anyway. Thank you, Rasad.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
So next, I generally head out in this direction because most of that other stuff in that other direction I've already taken. And one of the great things about heading out this way is there's tons of alchemy. I don't know where it is, but if you follow one of these streams coming out of Whiterun, there's the little fish, silverside perch, hiss carp, river betties are worth it. Okay, every time you see a river betty, and if you do the Hearthfire thing and you get a chance to here we go. What we want to do is hunt. And why do we want to hunt? Well, antlers are good alchemy. That's got covers. Well, maybe. And then, it increases your archery. You're probably not going to have that kind of bow kill from the get-go, but with a little bit of poison that you can create on your own. See, large antlers. I got my arrow back. Venison makes a great stew, which I encourage everyone. I love all the food stuff in Skyrim. In any Elder Scrolls game. Food stuff in this game is less... and I know I'm leaving you on the screen for just a second, but I got something I need to do. It won't take but a minute, but I'll keep talking. Food stuff in Skyrim is probably the weakest out of the Elder Scroll games that I like. You know, in Oblivion, one of the great things about Oblivion was, you know, not only did your food help you, but you could make potions out of it, and it was a great way to increase your alchemy fairly easily, way easier than trying to collect alchemy ingredients in Oblivion, because Oblivion was true to most of what you find in the Elder Scroll universe, where alchemy ingredients are rare, unlike Skyrim, because in Skyrim, particularly in Elder Scrolls 5, the alchemy's out of control. I mean, the ingredients are... I make no bones about it. They're everywhere, which is kind of what I'm showing you. So, do some hunting if you're into killing giants and whatnot. There's plenty of around in here. What I'm saying is spend your time running around this area out and around Whiterun, and I've gathered so many of these ingredients. Look,
When I was young, I journeyed with my father on hunting expeditions into Morrowind. The big places
lavender,
make for excellent
and again,
sport.
don't even, this stuff will come back, and even if it doesn't, whenever you wander about, there'll be enough of it eventually that it doesn't matter. Hey, let's see if we can get a running shot. Too far ahead. Oh, he hesitated. Anyway. She hesitated. Now, the other part of this that you can do, and I would certainly recommend, especially around ear holes, is to look for the places where bandits are. Why? Well, you're going to want to find anything that's enchanted that you can get up your hands on, and weapons you can enchant. This is Greywatch, is that what it's called? Fort Greymore. Fort Greymore is a great place to sort of just kind of attack over and over again. And like I said, I mean, look, I've got 60 grand or some mess like that, and I'm never going to walk past a blue butterfly. Alright, and what you want to do is creep up on these fools, attack, kill. Don't go into the fort. Alright. That is unnecessary. Boom! But kill everyone outside, okay? And go all the way in, you know. And I picked all this stuff before. Go ahead. gotta take this over. Killing my own people. Hey, who killed that guy over there? That's a mess. I'll help you find him. Anyway, I mean, you can kill your own people. What does it matter? Wait, he's got the helmet? Oh, the scaled helmet. Anyway, I wouldn't mind these. What are these? Always pick up arrows. Why? They weigh nothing and you can get money for them. Especially once your merchant stuff goes up or you get some clothing that helps you. Anyway, so take out the bandits that are usually here, right? And there are plenty of camps. These aren't even all of them people, the stuff, but you can raid these, especially halted, silent moons, dustmans, veteran, and Fort Greymore. You can get these over and over and over and over again, and you're saying, but without actually clearing them, going inside the dungeon, just kill everybody outside, okay, and do it repeatedly. And that's going to give you that bow you can enchant. That's going to give you that sword, you know, armor, all that stuff. And then occasionally they'll have some enchanted weapons that you can disenchant. Hour and 17 minutes. No wonder I can't. I don't have any moists, yeah. So, yeah. Alright. Go out, collect. I literally want you to walk the entirety, walk a circle. Around White Run. Gathering all the alchemy you can. Like I said, there's streams with little fishies in it, and there's plenty of, there's saber-tooths to get teeth from. You don't really run into too many bears out here, so you're not really going to get bear claws or anything. But if you're in with messing with the giants, I don't really fool with giants. It's so bad. You have to kill a bunch of them for the Jarls anyway. But I know what I do like. Come on, y'all. Why are you trying to get in that mess? Run. Although it would be a pretty simple battle at this point. Pop over this hill and kill this fool right here. So, kill every animal. Take whatever you can. Every mushroom. Alright. Every alchemy ingredient. Most importantly. And once you've gathered all that stuff, you're going to head back to... And I feel bad for leaving the venison and the hive behind. Normally I would take that, but I'm not trying to add weight right now. So, again, like I said, there's tiny fishes, there's plenty, as you can see, and especially early on. Meat to gather. The saber-tooths are over there. I don't really remember any, bears around here. Again, and it doesn't even matter that, they don't make particularly potent or important potions. What matters is making lots of potions. Who is this?
My father wanted me to follow in his footsteps as a hunter.
What's
But I
good
set my
from
aspirations
barrels?
a bit higher. He
Salt,
never complained.
alchemy ingredients.
I miss him.
Food early on. Whoops, but it's not that important. Hello. Oh, hunting brew too. I like to collect books even if I've already used them for Jennifer. Damn, y'all, this is the spot. Get this thing up. Oh, alright. Always start from the beginning, then go left, then go right, and there you go. Like, picking locks in this game is so freaking easy. Always take a scroll, work 500, or otherwise leave it in the, wherever it is. Or if it's something that you use. I don't need scrolls, but I sell scrolls. Sorry. Let's see, go kill there. 106 gold though. Wait, there's still. Y'all. I'll take that mouse. You got a badass. Deep side. Is that my horse? My horse died, right? You know what? My horns now, bulls. Alright, so. Yikes. So anyway, so gather your alchemy all around. Whiterun proper, as it were. Work on your bowmanship. And gather what you can. Always, I know this, for some reason, maybe it'll work this time. I've found that the closer you can get to the, no, where the arrow goes in, it seems like more often than not you get your arrow back. But you get tons of ingredients, wandering around, and again, you should have quite a bit. And starting to vary in what you have. Now, I want to talk about cheating and the Creation Club real quick. Ebony armor. That was weird. Is Creation Club cheating? Yes. No. I'll let you decide. I will tell you about a stupid fucking ripoff. Sorry for my language.
Can you
but
imagine?
It's 100% true. I have no problem with this modder. Okay. They're one of my favorites from Fallout 4. They make, look at this place is gorgeous. Okay, now let's start with all the butterflies for whatever reason, this place attracts tons of butterflies. Ah! Sons of bitch, I hate that shit. Sorry. But I picked this lavender now and a piece of tundra cotton over here. That may or will occasionally come back or not. Oh, I'm so mad I restart this whole thing if I wasn't halfway through it. This is Eleonora or Lenora or whatever her name is. Anyway, this is a great modder. They make great things. They're beautiful. It's incredible. It's whatever. Okay. Now, I didn't buy this house until level 15 on this particular playthrough. I got frustrated because as always in this game, you're like, man, why do I have to wait so long to have a... I mean, even in Oblivion, okay? Where the houses, except for the kind of free one you get in, what is it, Skingrad? Which you can get early on, but there's no clues or helpful anything into that. I just happen to look at. I will say this. Look, let me give you something to look at. I will say this. The only great playthrough I've ever really had was the first playthrough, or well, first playthrough anyway, was Oblivion, and I rocked that thing, and it just magically fell into place, and everything was amazing. But my point is, you get the chest at the Priory at the beginning of the game, and you had storage from not day one, but kind of day one from as far as when you really started playing. And this, why in Skyrim you have to work so hard to get just a container to put your crap in. 2 apiaries, leave the bees. I do occasionally grab a bee floating around here, but I never take the ones that are out here for some reason. For whatever reason, when you have these bees that are out here further, you get honeycomb faster. This is the Tundra Homestead. It costs 300 credits, so take the 100 credits that you
My
get.
father wanted me to follow in his footsteps as a hunter.
The Creation
But I
Club
set
is
my
just to
aspirations
give
a
me,
bit higher.
and
He
you
never
still have to
complained.
spend money, right? Let's
I
say
miss
$8
him.
or whatever it is to buy this place. Don't do it. Do not do it. Don't. Okay? Because once, and this irritates the shit out of me. Once you've paid your hard-earned cash after you paid your cash for purchasing this game, okay? And you pay your money to get a house from day one, I guess is what you would think. It costs 7,800 in-game gold coins to purchase this house again. So, you spend real world money on a house. It's beautiful. It's look, I got a stable. We haven't even gone inside, but it's a gorgeous house. It fits into the landscape. There's a saber-tooth and occasionally some wolves behind the house. Okay. Man, look at all these butterflies. The saber-tooth is usually over there on that island. There's some mud crabs. They usually get in. Man, there are butterflies everywhere. They get into it and kill each other. It doesn't really matter. The wolves tend to be out here. When you transport here, when you fast travel here, you'll almost always see a deer in this corner running this way. Occasionally, it'll run back and bring the wolves onto your property. No giants, no dragons. I never had a dragon fight here, nothing. It's a particularly safe and immersive looking place in Skyrim. You've got this great outdoor forge. We'll take a quick peek inside. And honestly, I love this house on the inside too. I'm not going to lie. Because it reminds me of Oblivion houses. Oh, we're in. Alright. Sorry. So you got some unique furniture that you don't see throughout the rest of the game. This setup really feels like Oblivion, especially with the bar here. It just looks like an Oblivion house to me, which I like.
I really miss traveling like this. Walking the breadth of Skyrim has
I don't want my
always
children
filled
in the
heart
same room with me and my
excitement.
wife. But see the paintings? And there's the house. This really feels like Oblivion. And then pop down. And this comes, I mean, there's potions and recipes. And this cabinet's full of potions, and you can see how you can see stuff inside through the glass. That's cool. Pop downstairs. It's great. It's unique. You've got a place to keep your books. Display cases, they're not snappable. The daggers are. Plenty of mannequins and whatever. And even some specialty stuff for the masks. Oh, I meant to check something. Okay, so I don't do that. And, you know, Paragons, Shield. I'm going to show you another place that's worth the money eventually, but I do like this too. Where is it? It's the one I just used. There might not be a place for the one I just got. Where is it? Is it in my inventory still? Yeah. So I guess there's no real way to put those together, so that's not one of the ones you can put on the wall. Interesting. Anyway, even a place to just to display the claws. So I'm not saying it's not cool. I'm not saying it's not attractive or useful, especially when you're thinking day one. I mean, here's Whiterun, where I'm going to do a lot of my stuff, maybe. It tends to be the area where I do a lot of hunting and gathering and spend a lot of time. So having the storage, basically this, you know, a chest, which early on in the game is massive help. But I just don't understand why I had to pay twice. Especially after I paid real world money to buy this place. Then, and imagine it's day one, right? So you paid for your money. You gone through Helgen, you walk to Whiterun, you're like, girl, and it's like, do the mission and go talk to Proventus, and you talk to Proventus, and he's like, that'll be 7,800 in gold, or 7,800 gold. In-game gold is what I'm trying to say. I just can't deal with that. I just think that's the biggest ripoff and the biggest crappiest Bethesda bullshit creation club thing
My
you
father
could
wanted me to
possibly do.
follow.
Oh,
Set my
here's
aspirations
a house.
a bit higher. He never complained.
You need almost 8,000 gold in game after you paid your $8-9, whatever it is, and that's just saying you spent just enough money to get the credits that you need to buy this place. That's fucking stupid. It's a damn ripoff, and don't support this particular one. Now, I'm going to show you another one that she does that's worth it. That makes sense. I totally support. I'm 100% behind. This, don't ever buy this. No one ever waste your money on this again. And hopefully they'll either fix it. They won't. It's always going to be what it is. Because Bethesda doesn't come in and fix stuff. They just don't. Especially with the Creation Club shit. And this is a ripoff. This is 100% a ripoff. This should piss you off as much as it pisses off me. Don't pay for this. Eleanor, whatever your name is, you need to remember that your name is on this particular mod. I'm sorry, they don't count this as a mod, but you know what I mean. You're ripping people off, and your name is now associated with that, and you should be embarrassed, because that's crap. Paying actual real-world money, I should not have to pay in-game money too. Especially almost 8,000 gold, which nobody's going to have at the beginning of the game. Okay? 8,000 gold. You're stoked at the beginning of the game when you get 20 gold. Okay? Don't give me this shit. It's stupid. So, sorry for the rant, an hour and 37 minutes into the game, without explaining even very much stuff, but I can't. I just can't. So, once again, we've gathered all the ingredients, caught all these butterflies. So remember, come out here at nighttime, too, because Luna Moth wings, just as good as a blue butterfly wing, because it's an invisibility potion, which, with certain other ingredients, can become extremely expensive, up into the 4,000 gold range. So, what does that mean? Catch 4 butterflies, that's 16 grand. Okay? That's the way to think of it. 4 butterflies, 4 Luna Moths, 16 grand. And if you consider every blue butterfly 2 grand, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's that easy. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Catch 5 butterflies, you get 5 blue butterflies, you
I've
get
never
10
been a
grand.
set sport. Never traded my skills for pay. I've always adventured on my own terms.
Because it's 2 ingredients. This is amazing. And like I said, this is not untypical. And this can happen multiple times. And see how the hay's picked? I picked that day 1. It's come back like a dozen times since then. This field has been full of hay. But today, no. But a plethora of butterflies. But anyway, come out here at night, catch torch bugs. Torch bugs aren't as worthwhile, but Luna Moth wings are incredibly valuable. So don't forget. And don't forget, don't add dragons. Okay, so you want to make sure that when you do get to Whiterun, what don't you want to do? Well, you want to go in here, you want to talk to the Jarl, talk to Farengar, get the mission to get the dragons down, and then just don't worry about it ever again. Well, not ever again, but not for a good while. The recommendation, the theory, is to wait till level 50, although I rarely make it that.
Staying
Usually around
safe, I hope.
35. I can't help myself, I get bored when I start playing the game. Great things about Whiterun. Farengar.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss.
Why
Take a look.
Farengar? Farengar, oh, he has lots of different types of spells that you can buy early on. You want to get Muffle as soon as possible. He has soul gems for sale. But most importantly,
You know, if you've got the aptitude, You should join the Mages College in Winterhold.
Most importantly is this. So this is where, in the beginning of the game, you're
I've
going to
seen
do
enough
most
death to
of
last 3 lifetimes.
your
Yet
disenchanting
I never tire of a good fight. What
and
do you make of
enchanting.
that?
And you want to get your enchanting up to 100 as quickly as possible, as well as alchemy. And
It seems this damnable conflict has claimed
Again.
everyone's passions of late.
all that
Me,
alchemy I
I
just
prefer my books
picked up
and my spells.
in theory. And I did grab some. Makes me potions, that makes me money that I can spend on other stuff. So, if you haven't figured it out by now, the point behind this video is that on day 1, walking from Helgen to Whiterun,
Has
gathering
the Empire
as
forsaken
much
us? How could Whiterun fall into the hands of these stinking half-wit Nords?
Oh my goodness. What are you doing running around in
Looking
your
to do
Imperial
some hunting?
bullshit?
Avoid Brittleshin
Huh?
Pass. It's southeast
this
of
is-
here.
Damn those
Stormcloak
Greymans to
territory,
oblivion. They want to back the Stormcloaks, they'll get what's coming to them.
It's done, bro. Yeah. Anyway, my point being this is that from day 1, the first few moments of the game, you're set up to destroy this game with money. You're going to show up in Whiterun with the ability to purchase pretty much anything you want. That includes training, by the way. The only reason, well, not the only reason, one of the main reasons he was in the tent now, is all the trainers inside this building. And with cash, you're going to be able to develop your character fairly easy without a lot of game playthrough. And we'll show you a few things. I hate it when people talk about these playthroughs and they don't show you the skill tree. But I also want to say that this is me. And especially with the merchant's playthrough, except for right here, except for enchanting, smithing. Wait, did I pass? Which is probably the best way. And alchemy. And yes, it's at 83. But that's because I went legendary. And I want to point out, I spent all 5 points on anything that matters in this tree anyway. My personal opinion. Okay. The price raises on us because this is a merchant's playthrough. This isn't about, like, you know, this raises the price a little bit, this raises the price a little bit, this raises the price a little bit. This is stupid in my opinion. Unnecessary. The most valuable perk in this tree, whatever. It's not, you don't get poisoned enough for this to matter. And again, some of these effects are what make the poisons and potions so expensive. So, to get Purify, okay, make some of these poisons and potions less expensive. Now, is it annoying to use a poison that increases their conjuration? No. It doesn't matter unless you shoot a conjurer with an arrow and they happen to live. And again, 5 points right here. That's all you need. Alright. Speech needs to go to 100. Speech is not the name of this tree, in my personal opinion. And look, they even have 2 faces. The name of this tree is the Merchant's Tree. Because that's all that matters. Because, listen to me. This is dumb. and useless, especially if you join the Thieves Guild. And you don't even have to take it all the way to 100. You just need to join the Thieves Guild. Dumb. You can persuade anybody, okay, as long as you get your speech up. You don't need this. And this is the worst one of all. Who cares? You have like 4 instances in the game where this actually would make a difference. And even then, it doesn't really make a difference because speech doesn't really make a difference in Elder Scrolls V at all. It doesn't. It's useless. The only thing that really matters is merchant, okay? And you want it all. 5 points here to make 30% better pricing, 10% with the opposite sex. Be a woman in Skyrim, okay? Most of your enemies are male, and you can get a boost to killing your opposite sex enemies, and then you can get better prices. This changes the game, okay? Why? Because all you really want to do at the beginning of the game is work on your speech, and all you have to do to work on your speech is to sell shit. And since you're a merchant, and you're making all these potions with all these free ingredients that you find laying around on the ground, and exchanging them to mostly alchemists, obviously, at the beginning of the game, which is fine because you want to buy all their ingredients and sell them all these potions. And since your potions are crap at the beginning of the game, you're going to be selling, 30 potions to get 20 ingredients, and that's just going to make this skyrocket. Okay. And once you get to merchant, that means you can sell potions to anyone. And your alchemy, as long as you're pressing hard on that and heading towards 100, just makes your potions more and more expensive, which means I can go to my smith and buy all the iron ore, ebony, malachite, whatever kind of build you're into, okay, and trade it for potions. You want investor, so you can give 500 as soon as possible, so you can start making more money. So off merchants, you're making 500. At least you're making $1,000 now. This is stupid. And then eventually, you really want to go ahead and invest in this. So the merchants that had 500 now have $1,000. Now have $2,000. Fences that would normally have $4,000 have $5,000, etc. So anything in this tree, don't waste a perk point. Illusion is great. Why? Well, you can cast Muffle over and over again. And legendary this until your heart's content, really. And you only need 2 points. Obviously, in apprentice. The only thing that I find any kind of interesting in this skill tree, the only thing that matters in the skill tree, for me personally, I don't really do illusion, even though I'm the legendary and back up to 79 already, is this one. All spells you cast from any school of magic are silent to others. This is a fantastic perk. When you're done doing your legendary, using this to level up, investor perk here, or what is it? Well, 3 perks here. Does Animage matter? No. No. Yes. That's really cool. As far as the other magics are concerned, Conjuration I use Flame Atronachs eventually until I can get to the Atronach Forge. No spoilers, but eventually you can get, of course, Conjuring the other Atronachs in a way that you don't even have to really put too much into this tree. Destruction, and again, the main point of being a merchant is being able to pay for stuff, right? So I paid literally for most of my training in a lot of these areas. Destruction is both, like I said, it's up to 61 because I paid for it and because I use it personally. It's one of my favorite magics. Restoration is important. In my opinion, extremely important to get this. and that's recovery. You want to get both points in recovery for magic regenerates 50% faster. When you're handicapping yourself by spending a lot of points in speech and training in these things, and you're gonna lose out because you're not fighting. You're not grinding out. You're not in every dungeon. You know, in fact, the best way to play this is try to engage very lightly in the real world of Skyrim by doing the least amount of missions possible. You know, once you reach level 46, you're kind of like at the top of where a lot of this stuff, where it makes the items you find more powerful. So instead of finding a magic sword that only does 5 points of frost damage, after level 46 it might have 30 points of frost damage. At level 80 maybe it's 40, I don't know. But all I'm saying is, like, invest wisely. So magic regeneration, yes, this is dumb. Don't ever spend any on that. If you're into this stuff, how you play, the only things I would really spend in this category are the other thing respite. I like respite because that way when you use a healing spell you also get stamina and regeneration. That means nothing to me. It doesn't matter. But Necromage is actually pretty cool, unless you're playing a vampire. So, alteration, again, I want it to be 100. You're going to see everything that I see important in this tree. Okay. I want, almost. My next perk point is going into Atronach. But 30% of spells effects are your magic resistant, and then what's even better, of course, is 30% of absorb magic spells. Now, you can be 100%, 130% magic resistant, and I'm going to show you a little bit about that in a sec, but spells still get through. Now, you can be like 130% magic resistance, and I think like it blocks 85% of spells or something like that. But spell absorption is completely true. So this with the Atronach Stone is going to really reduce what magic does to you. Enchanting, again, what really matters are straight up the middle, and then I would recommend getting this at some point. It just makes it easier. This is whatever. And you might want to add these on as well if you're truly an enchanter. Smithing to me, these three are all that matter. Everything else is really for my companions. Normally in RPGs, I play a tank. I love to be a tank, especially a druid type tank. You know, if I can heal myself and everybody and just keep banging away, that's what I like to do. I like to stand in the middle. I like to swing my sword, cut off heads, stab, just go nuts. Okay, I've always played a tank, but Elder Scrolls 5 in particular, there's definitely a benefit to being a sneaky archer. So, in my opinion, that's as far as you need to go in the light armor category, and I eventually am going to put a point in Daedric because I want a Daedric bow and sword, and I can put my followers in Daedric stuff. You don't really need this one either. Now you see my block is 73, but I've been missing no points. I mean, there's 100 ways to grind this game, and standing there with your shield, taking a beating. Look, occasionally leave your follower at home, go get in a fight with an orc or whatever. Lurker Vindicator is a good one, and just take the beating, man. And your block will go up. You don't have to invest anything in it. There's some cool perks, but not really. And if you're like, oh my gosh, Pizzahulk, you're missing out on the most important part of blocking, fine, whatever. One-handed is my backup to my archery, so. And you see how weak it is. I mean, think about it. Level 69, if you've really been playing the game, like, fully involved, you're almost, at level 69, you should be close to being done with this game, honestly. But I've barely begun, and my one-handed is low because I haven't really been out there engaging. Archery is high. Why? Because Bindle was my partner to begin the game, and I paid him and got my money back for training up to level 50, at which point I sent him back to Riverwood to hang out with his new wife, girlfriend, whatever she is. Light armor. Another one. I invested heavily in this perk early on. And again, remember, you're a merchant. That's the whole point, is to spend your money and make your life easier. So I spent money in all these categories, right? My one-handed, without investment, would probably be, honestly, at this point, maybe a 35 or a 40. My archery would probably be a 50-something. My light armor, maybe a 40 to 50-something. But I've invested heavily in these perks. And again, occasionally, just leave your follower at home and let someone beat the hell out of you. You know, when you're blocking those hits from that lurker vindicator, occasionally just let them whip your ass and drink a potion, and this will help get it up. Why light armor? It's quiet, it's sneaky, it's fast, it has great bonuses, but what I consider to be the most important, one of the most important bonuses, perks in the game, is Windwalker. And this helps you, as you can see down below, I've invested, and you can see it's obviously advanced for the enchantments on my armor, but even this is showing you that stamina has been the least. I barely put any points in it, and it's like 110 points below health, and less, even more than magic. So this is one of those ways. This plus respite really can keep you from having to invest too much in stamina. And then this one works, actually. And just like anything in this game, as far as I'm concerned, a 10% chance is like a 30%, 40% chance. It actually happens quite a bit. So I'll probably eventually spend the perk and done with it. Sneak. I invested 1 point. I'd like to get deadly aim and silence, which means I have to get these two, which, whatever. This is really stupid. I don't, anyway, and then this is mildly okay, but if you travel with a follower, your follower steps on every single frickin' trap every time, so what does it matter? Lockpicking, obviously, I mean, I'm not one of those people that has 2 hours and 22 seconds, people. You're welcome. Lockpicking is not, there's good, I don't know. Lockpicking is something I invest late in the game, but it doesn't really matter because there's a lot of the game that I haven't really played because I used a lot, I advanced without having to physically go through all these dungeons and stuff. So what's important here, this one, and this one. That's it. If you want Unbreakable, just go get the skeleton key and don't turn it in. And there's a glitch that it'll give you 2 skeleton keys. So this is what I'm investing in now. I'm investing in this because I want to get rid of the Steed Stone. which to me is the best stone to begin the game with. But this doesn't matter. I know this matters. This matters. Carrying capacity is increased by 100. That's really the thing in pickpocket that matters to me. Speed should be 100, and then we're kind of round robin back to the beginning. So perk points. And real quick, I would start out with the Mage Stone, but what I really want to do is take the what do you call it, the wagon train or whatever, to Solitude, walk down to Cottless Farm. There's a way up if you don't mind mountain hopping, which again is something you can figure out. It'll drop you out sort of in this region. And it doesn't really matter because all you really want to get to is here. What does the Steed Stone do? Well, it makes your game great. It gives you 100 pounds of extra carry weight, and from the get-go of the game, the type of armor that you wear weighs nothing. So, like light armor, it weighs nothing. You like heavy armor, it weighs nothing. It's a boon. Either way. And there's another effect. I can't remember what it is. I think it affects other things that you carry in your inventory too, also making them weightless, but I'm not 100% on that. So Steed Stone until you can get pickpocket up to 100. Then get rid of the Steed Stone, and I would recommend the Atronach Stone. But you do what you want. Alrighty, so what we have is sort of the basis at this point of the merchant playthrough. Like I said, you're going to make a ton of cash, but you're also going to spend a ton of cash. Now, I'd have way more money if I hadn't purchased, a $25,000 house in Solitude, plus everything that goes with it. It makes it like around 50 grand, I guess, or whatever. If you do the Kilburn, Barrow, and Barrow, and Solstheim, that's an expensive deal. The other houses don't cost too much comparatively, but I have the house in Solitude, the house in Windhelm, the house in Whiterun, the house in Riften, and the first house I bought in this playthrough, the house in Markarth, which is fairly easy to obtain early on. And then, of course, all of the Hearthfire homes, which in this playthrough I did Winsted Manor first, then the Lake House, what's it called, Lakeview Manor, and then finally this place, Hildegurkin Hall, whatever. These 3 Hearthfire homes, however, are extremely important to the merchant playthrough. I'm going to show you why. Now, we'll start off with my first house I bought. Buying the homes in town are great. They have certain bonuses, I guess. But the thing is, if there's a spider egg in there and you take it, it never comes back. It's gone forever. Pick that garlic braid and it never comes back. Now, important
I've
things to
never
have
been a
in
sellsword.
your home.
Never traded my skills for pay.
The
I've
carriage.
always adventured on
Why?
my own
Where do you
terms.
want to go?
Let's ask. Dark Water Crossing. What? Dragon Bridge. What? You can go to all these kinds of tons of places you can go to with a carriage ride. So this helps the survival mode as well. But that you can't normally take a carriage to. So, carriage
All right,
is
then.
All the Hearthfire homes come with a garden. Okay. Now, the smartest setup for a merchant playthrough is for all 3 homes to have a garden outside and the greenhouse attachment. So I've got my alchemy ingredients here that I can pick over and over and over again every couple of days, right? And these 2 right here are super important. Up inside, and I want to make sure people understand another thing about this. The best, again, depending on how you play, I'm big into food. It's not that necessary. There's potions that are way better, but I just like the idea of eating. And there's a couple of things that you can make food-wise that are great. There's my bar. The way I tell if my house is reset is if I see the milk jug on the fireplace. Okay? So, we'll take that, come back in a couple days, it'll be back. Now, if you like to make food, you want to add a kitchen on, and I'm going to show you why here. So, this is the kitchen for Hearthfire. You get to make your baked goods here. This stupid sack of flour always falls on the floor. Look at this, 3 outer cheese wheels. You can take all 3 of them, and the next time you come back, they'll be back. Milk. Crostata, right here, look at this. Salmon roe. Repeats, plenty of salt. Milk. And I know people go crazy after this stuff. You know, you go to 6 inns to find 2 jugs of milk. Don't worry about it. Just get the kitchen. Look, blood wine. That helps with your bows. Fire resistance, although it's kind of lame. Here we go. Butter. Steamed mud crab legs. Steamed mud crab legs are fantastic food you want to have. There's a rare ingredient. Because, look, 24 Blackbriar reserves. And I can get those repeatedly over and over again because of the Thirsk meat hall. Don't help the Rakelings, although it's kind of fun too. Anyway, help Yald, lie for her, spoilers, and you get tons of this. And look, it's worth $100 a piece, and it's generally pretty rare in the game. Where is it? Elsewhere Fondue. Here's the most important thing to make with food. Magicka regenerates for 720 seconds. What is that? Like 5 minutes? 12 minutes. So for 12 minutes, your Magicka regenerates 25% faster. Now remember, this is including with your enchantings and anything else you got going on. And your Magicka is increased by 100 points for 12 minutes. This is incredibly overpowering. It's ale, eider cheese wheel, and moon sugar. And then your stews, you want your Horker and Ash Ram stew is great. 16 points of health and 12 stamina. It's one of the highest quick ways to increase your health and stamina, although it does weigh half a pound. You can see what Horker stew does. It gives you that 1 point of health per second for 720. You get 12 minutes. Oh, what's next? Yeah, the steamed mud crab legs. 12 points of health. Again, one of the highest next to the stews for regenerating or restoring health. And it only weighs a tenth of a pound, so you can carry quite a few of these. And then tomato soup, 10 and 10. And then the stews, again, you're getting 15 of stamina, 1 point of health, and 1 point of stamina. So again, venison stew is great. Do I have a beef stew? Yeah, this is one of the other good ones. Again, Your stamina is increased by 25 points for 12 minutes. Like, early in the game, this is great. Especially the restore 2 points of stamina per second. I just like making food. I like making food in Oblivion. I really like making food in ESO. In ESO, I think food is probably one of the sort of weightiest, gaudiest, like, kind of ways to kick ass. Especially if you get some of the special stuff during their holiday events. I mean, it can really set you up for some pretty amazing stuff. But anyway, I just like food. And if you're into the baking part, remember, this is a great way to get the milk and stuff. So, a big thing that people don't know, and now don't pick this, okay, because this I don't think ever comes back. But this pearl, y'all. 2 more jugs of milk. This is one of the only places to get honey. And all this stuff comes back. Okay. So never be afraid to take this stuff, especially salt. Salt is important in food and alchemy.
I've seen
But you can
enough
get
death
mammoth
to
now,
last 3 lifetimes.
venison,
Yet I'm never tired of a
horkalo,
good
you know,
fight.
all this stuff. It just comes
What
back.
do you make of that?
What I want to point out is I don't think a lot of people have realized. Well, there's another one. That if you open this drawer, look at this. 7 jugs of milk. Boom. So if you've got this in 3 houses,
Yes.
and you run through all 3, you've got 21 milk every single time, plus what's out here on the shelf, and plus what's on the shelves on there. So if you're constantly, oh, don't forget the butter churn. Here we go. Boom. So in our typical run, you can get 6 butters and a ridiculous amount of milk, and it doesn't really matter. Why do I want the greenhouse? Well, I want the greenhouse because I don't have to ever pick another canis fruit, imp stool, white cap. Always grab the garlic, people. And this stuff comes back too that you pick. But plant all this stuff repeatedly, and all the things that you need to do different stuff. And especially, as you can see, imp stool and canis root, they work together. Get multiples. You get Luna moths, you get torch bugs. Don't pick the bees. If you can get up there, you can also get eggs from the nest. But don't pick the hanging moths, don't pick the bees, because don't take the beehive husk. Because for whatever reason, it can screw this up. You know what that? There's another beehive husk. I think there's another one over this way somewhere. Anyway, so imagine 3 houses with everything that you can plant in the game. Okay, you can't plant stuff from Solstein in the base game. You can't plant any of these wacky ingredients you get from. And I know we're 2 hours and 15 minutes in. I'm close to wrapping up. But don't, basically plant multiples of everything that you can plant. At least 2. And you don't ever have to buy them from merchants again, which will help you save money. And just buy, the stuff you need, like Chaurus eggs and ice ray teeth and fire salts, right, whatever. Which you don't ever have to buy Death Bell or Canis root or any of this stuff ever again, because you planted it and you just pick it whenever you want. And the best thing to remember is that when you pick this stuff, I got 3 more Tapanella, not 1. I got 4 Fly Amanita. I got the Fly Amanita, not 1.
My father wanted
And
me to
then,
follow in his footsteps as a hunter.
not only do
But
I like
set my
trophy
aspirations
rooms
a bit
for
higher.
just
He
showing
never
off,
complained.
this particular
I
trophy
miss
room
him.
is themed. All my trophy rooms are always themed. This one is just sort of the dangers that you encompass walking around Skyrim. Now, You say, well, okay, I remember running into bone archers at several different places. Obviously the spider. I had a real hard time deciding between the spider and the saber-tooth, but I went with the spider because he looks cool with the rest of these guys. Obviously, these are things you run into out in the world. Drago. Very rare to run into outside of a cave, but not impossible. I can think of 3 instances off the top of my head that you run out to Drago outside of a tomb, literally wandering around Skyrim, so I felt they fit into this theme. Most important part of this room, it's not the salt pile, it's not the Dwemer, it is back here. Boom. The Giant's Tail. So you have 3 trophy rooms, you're traveling around, you're getting your 6 butters, you're getting however many milks. If you have an alchemy room, you're getting alchemy stuff. Yeah, whatever. Oh, downstairs as well. Hopefully there's no rats down here. I don't remember. Shouldn't be. Downstairs as well, taproot. Over and over again. Wheat. Char's eggs. There's a bowl of vegetable soup, which I'm actually going to take. Lavender dumplings are better than apple dumplings, but apple dumplings aren't bad either. Ale, important part of Elsewhere stew. And then early on in the game, especially, you want iron ore for increasing your alteration until you get a detect life spell. And once you get a detect life spell, you can just stand in the middle of the way around and keep detecting life until it goes to 100. So, my point is, this is typical of a base, whatever you want to call it. And with 3 of these, think about it, I mean, with tons of alchemy ingredients that you don't ever have to, I mean, there's even snowberries. Meat and different things you can keep mining. So, in the best of the merchant playthroughs, you want to set up 3 houses with 3 gardens outside full of alchemy ingredients and 3 greenhouses and 3 kitchens. But you don't have to do that, and I don't always do that. Let's pop down to my favorite place, although it's the most dangerous place. If you didn't know, Lakeview is extremely dangerous. Your children love it. Your wife, spouse, husband is going to hate living there because they're constantly going to complain about the dangers, and they're right, because it is the most dangerous house in all the houses you can get. My controller is wrecking, but it's also the coolest house, in my personal opinion. It's beautiful.
I've seen enough death to last 3 lifetimes.
Let's see if we can... Let's advance 12 hours here. Yeah, let's do 11. I'm not in town. Always in town, sleep till after 8 o'clock. It just sets everybody where they need to be. You don't have to worry about a bunch of BS. Occasionally they're wandering around the streets in certain places.
Yet I'm never tired of
Some
a
people
good
don't
fight.
go to work till like 10.
What do you make of that?
Pop up here. Maybe you can get up here.
Look!
Best shout. My personal opinion.
People say Skyrim is one of the most
Because I
dangerous
want you to be
places
able
in
to see just
Cambria.
how gorgeous this
I
place
think they're
is.
wrong. It's magnificent, and I'm proud to call it home.
If you question Earthfire, if you've never, given it a shot, if you don't even know anything about it, it's worth it. Just some people want it for the role play. I love it for the role play, but I really think that it has a lot of benefits that literally help the game. This place, though, I just love because it's beautiful. So, on this one, you get a deck, and you can work it around that you can have a complete wraparound deck. That's, yeah, I mean, it looks really neat, but it's not necessarily. There's Rhea. I saw a shadow. Is it a hawk? Yeah. He doesn't want a beautiful mountain lake house. Look at that. It's gorgeous. There's a bad guy that lives around here and some spiders. You kill him every once in a while. They'll be gone for like a month, 10 days, a week, whatever it is. Is it really clear?
No.
Is it clear skies? I feel like it's mocking me. Maybe it's just too early. Give me an hour. That's better. Anyway, this place is gorgeous. You don't get the fishery. Oh, I didn't meant to show you that, but that was of a Winstead. Hey, dear. I didn't get the... oh, and this one I dedicated to food.
And I'm proud to call it home.
Have a place that's dedicated to food, and then you never have to grab another cabbage, carrot, leek, wheat, whatever. And that's alchemy too. Ever again. And that's the great benefit of having this place. You know, planting this stuff, you stop filling up your inventory with crap. You know? Don't grab every stupid cabbage to the point where you have like 100 cabbage. You're like, oh, do I need cabbage? No. You're never going to need cabbage, melons, and this crap again. Just plant one garden. It'll give you plenty for the food stuff. You're good to go. Just remember to harvest it. But yeah, I didn't. And remember, also when you're building these places, click on this, go make a sandwich, grab a drink, smoke a cig, talk to your mom on the phone, right? Whatever you need to do. And then come back, and you'll have enough to build all the houses. And here's our one apiary to get honeycomb. But it's really just it's really pretty here, I think. Oh, am I detected? Oh, guess what? Yeah. I mean, look at it. It's absolutely gorgeous. There's not too much around, you know. As far as bad guys are concerned, you got this conjurer down here you can kill again and again and again. Like a nice glass sword. Oh, look at a skill book. And, again, that's just for collection purposes. Oof. Thank you. I mean, like I said, just look at it. It's beautiful. Like I said, your kids will love living here. They'll talk about it, they'll be excited, they'll think it's great. But your spouse is going to hate it. To me, this is sort of like, I mean, I have like 9 houses in this game. So, vacation home, you know, a lake vacation home. This is what this is. And that's the way I sort of treat it. Come here, butterflies. And we'll take a quick peek inside. Oh, real quick. So you saw Rhea there earlier, right? I want to... There's Iona. If you are any kind of familiar with this game, you know I haven't picked this up yet. I won't. Iona is the house Carl you get for Honeyside and Riften. Rhea is the person... Or the,
Honored
no,
to see
Rhea
you
is the
again,
house
my
Carl
friend.
that I'm given.
Until next time.
What hold is this? Oh, Valkyrie. Alright, so this is what I get for helping them. There's this house, and then I also get Rhea, my house Carl. It's cool. If you give her another saber, she'll dual wield.
I've never been a cell sport. Never
And
traded
if you
my
want
skills
2
for fame.
guards, basically the point is this: if you want 2 guards for your house,
I've
don't make
always
them
adventured
steward.
on my own
I am-
terms.
Do
Long
not
life
make her
to
steward.
you,
She's your
Sam.
house girl. She'll wander around. She'll sleep inside. She'll hang out. She'll walk back and forth.
Until next time.
She's around. Take one of the house girls, whatever they're called, from one of your homes from a city. You don't really need one there. They don't really make a difference there. They do make a difference on your personal properties, your Hearthbound properties, because it's someone else out when the giants or the wolves or the draugr or whoever. Attack your home. So it's a way to get 2 bodyguards. So bring Iona from Honeyside and Renton to here, make her your steward.
I think we may have a problem in the basement.
Great
Been hearing
rats.
a lot of scurrying down there lately.
Thanks. It's not like I haven't killed
Long
them a
life
dozen times
to you,
before.
Thane.
Building materials, furnishings. You can hire your bard or your whatever. I don't have a bard here. And their follower.
I'll take my leave then.
So later, then you get 2 protectors for you. And I'm just gonna pop inside because I like showing this place off. Although I don't think it's quite done. There's still a few things I need to add in here. I think it's mostly just animal heads. Yeah, there's quite the lack of animal heads in here. I don't think I have anything on that I can make them. Anyway, what I like about this place, I don't get the bard here because this is really a family home. I've got 2 guards already. You know, a carriage driver. This is where we're supposed to relax and enjoy the view, the beach. You know, and my other places I consider mead halls, really. Warrior places. I don't take my children and my wife there. Although I do take my wife there because she's my follower. But if you really just want to get away and have fun with your family, this is the place to do it. Now, again, I think it's lame to have my kid's bedroom in my bedroom. I would never, ever do that. But this place in particular, when you add the bedrooms on, you get all kinds of alchemy ingredients from your kids. If you actually make your kids here, the chest will have stuff in them that you can take as well. There's a piece of honeycomb. But it looks awesome, I think. I really like the look of it. It just looks like a family home to me. And like I said, I just don't feel like the bard would add anything in this place. And then again, we got our kitchen. So it has sort of a real relaxed, kind of homey feel. And then with the people that I have here, there's Rhea's bed, there's Iona's bed, and in theory, sort of another bed for others, but you know, I guess technically it's yours. Can I build that stupid gym? Put it in nails class. There we go. One less thing on the list.
When I was young, I journeyed with my father
But
on
to me,
hunting
this is really just a
expeditions
cool
in
place to
Tomorrowland.
hang out.
The cliff racers made
with
for
your family.
excellent sport.
This one, I'm going for a more natural look. This is going to be all just kind of animals. Animals of Skyrim. And again, I don't think I have anything to add to it. No. Oh, yeah. Guess that's here's looking. Because I haven't even built a trophy room in there. A giant's toe. Just because I don't feel like it, I'm gonna go kill these rats. This happens randomly, repeatedly. It's annoying as hell. Come and get some! I'm the ADR. Alright, we're 2:31 in. I'm about done. I'm going to show you one more thing. A couple more things. Shadows always scare the hell out of me. The dragons. But again, look, clay here. There's quarried stone for me to mine, I guarantee, somewhere around here. There. You don't need to pay for that stuff. Just glass, goat horns, and again, goat horns, just kill a bunch of goats. I'm gonna do a quick save, no, I picked up some stuff. And then I'm gonna fast travel to a place that I think is worth paying actual money for. Alright, so... what is it? Here it is. Mirror Watch, Meyer Watch, whatever you call it, is 400 credits, not on sale, from the Creation Club. Normally what I do is make one of the Hearthfire homes a main base. It's just really easy to organize there, especially for all your smithing needs down in the basement. You got all these chests and safes and all this kind of stuff to keep your stuff in. This is a great place. My torch bugs, look, if you catch these torch bugs, it's going to take like 30 days before they come back, so don't. Bring it, fool.
No?
I'm not afraid. He's too far away, but it would be fun to get into a fight right now, because I'm kind of bored. Come on, son. Don't run away, don't be a chicken. I think I nailed him with that one. That looked like a hit. Here comes the view of the sky. Let's say right about here. This guy sucks. I mean, I have the catch dragon shout or whatever it's called. Bitwell. Let's see if I can get him. Just reload it.
Fools?
Plenty of, and again, look, we had the, if you made it this long, gotcha. We caught all those regular moths earlier. I'm going to pop over here, because, if there's, see them? Alright, there we go. Great place to catch torch bugs, but mostly what I want are the moths. That's where the money's at. I think I get this one. Let's figure that out. 1, 2. Let's see if that other one came out yet. There he is. Wait. There. 3. Beautiful night. Good night to have the lunar sword thingy. Anyhow. Don't catch the torch bugs. They don't always come back. I happen to get mine back tonight. I am super stoked. I flew away. That's something to remember.
I've been looking for you.
Uh-oh.
Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see. A letter. Not sure who from. He wouldn't say, just that he was a friend of yours. Looks like that's it.
Dragon word. Sorry, I need new dragon words. Let's see. that one. Vaulting. So it was just making sure purposes. Alright. Mirror watch, Meyer watch, whatever. Morthal. I love Morthal. Morthal is one of my first places to go to get a house from, even though I think you can get the one from Falkreath earlier. Earthfire. Whatever. It's easy. Super easy to get the home here. Especially early on. I really don't remember. I want to say around level 17 to 25, somewhere in there. Maybe all the torch bugs too. Anyway, that's Morthal. Like, you can't really see it from here. And at night, but by morning. Yeah, that's Morthal. You can kind of see the building there, and there it's the bog over in the swamps. But, oh my goodness! That butterfly moved that wine bottle. This is part of the lore. There's usually a dead guy here. Here's the deal. I'll give you a second to read it. Okay, you read slow. Interesting enough. There's a dead body here usually that disappears. I picked the more Tabanella when I first got here. It comes back sometimes, it doesn't. My torch bug, oh, I was so pissed when I accidentally grabbed this torch bug one time, just like I accidentally picked this death bell. Just like I accidentally picked this swamp fungal pod over here, which isn't back right now. There's a death bell back there, and a death bell back there. They come back sometimes. So does the body. And the torch bugs. There's two torch bugs here. I accidentally grabbed one, I think, in this video, and it will be probably 30 days before it shows back up. But this little guy, he just hangs out here day or night. Meyer watch, mirror watch. If you read the little thing, basically the idea is that some people, I'm assuming necromancers, although not necessarily, didn't feel with they meshed with the college Winterhold, and they came out here. Okay. What's weird about this place is the way it looks on the outside and the way it's set up on the inside. Okay. The way it's set up on the inside, there's like another tower over here, but that's not what we see when we go inside. Now, this is 400 credits. That means the 100 that they give you for free, plus 300 more. I'm not sure if your $8 gives you that or not. You might have to spend 15 or whatever it is. Whatever, it's worth it. Get this, get the archery pack. Get the one, whatever gives you the cork bowl brute and arrows and the alchemy and the backpack. Don't buy Tundra Homestead because I want them to, well, they're never going to, but that's why I don't get it, because you shouldn't have to pay 70 or 100 gold coins if you pay in real cash. This place, you just show up, you find it, you read the note, you do a spell on this little thing right here, and then you can get inside.
Nope.
And it's
Sorry.
free. It's not free because you paid real money for it, but you don't have to pay for it again. And for a place to just a place.
Nope. Sorry. Nothing.
Get out of my house, fool. You are not supposed to be inside. Get out. Close one. This is what you get. And it looks really collegey at Winterhold. It should give you kind of a feeling of the Archmage's quarters, I guess. That they were cool instead of dumb. I will tell you, and I think Eleanor, whatever it is, I'm not 100% on this, so you know. But I think, anyway, the mod is called Magical College of Winterhold. Get it? It makes it so much nicer if you're playing with mods. Occasionally stuff just falls all over the place. If you do take stuff from here, again, it's like any of the other homes in town, it will not come back. There was a flawless sapphire in here. I grabbed it so I could give it to
journeyed with my father on hunting expeditions into Morrowind.
So,
The cliff
like I said,
faces made for
sometimes stuff
excellent
just
sport.
falls or drops. What I've set up for now, and you get the Hearthfire oven, do your cooking. It's a nice looking, your kids are over here. Not only are your kids over here, which I like, across the hall from here. You know, you got the wall and the barriers and stuff. You know, you can, me and Meow can crawl into bed together and have a nice night. Ancient Traveler's Skull. Never found it, don't know how to get it. You can get multiple of these, and they come in different sizes, even a giant one. So, I'll let you figure that out. The gallery, I love the gallery. It's not, as far as like, I think you get a better kind of like trophy room with Tundra Homestead, but again, you gotta pay real-world cash and another $7,800. As far as the mannequins are concerned, I want to show you, if you've never heard of it before, if you've never played, and again, you shouldn't be watching this video if you've never played, or maybe you should. Originally, this was Nordic armor, because Solstheim, and it has all the stuff you can get from Solstheim, the Bloodskull Blade, the Bloodside, and then of course the Champion's Cudgel, which I immediately broke down on my enchantment table. Don't fear, because there actually is another place where you can get this. There's 2 places in the game, 2 missions that'll give you the Champion's Cudgel, and rarely as can be, it does happen, and I did happen to play through where Khajiit sold me a Champion's Cudgel, or whatever. It had the Chaos enchantment on it, so. Oh yeah, so I put the Nordic carved armor on, completely full outfit. You can strip it down, come back a week later, 3 days later, and there'll be another one completely in its place. It regenerates on its own, a full set. But I wanted to place to stick Azadal's armor because I wanted the +10 in enchantment when you wear 4 pieces of his armor. So for whatever reason, it's decided the armor itself, which is worth like $1,600, and the boots, which are worth $220, continually come back. Just come in here, put all this little stuff back on, and the next time. And first of all, how cool is this? I mean, he doesn't want to walk around like a jogger. This is, to me, this is my favorite. Like, no, that's not fair. It's like my 3rd favorite armor in the game, and it's worth wearing, you know, because here, I'll give you a quick rundown. I don't use words, so 50% of Magicka Absorb is amazing. Throw in 30% from your alteration tree and another 30% from the Atronach Sand. You're magic proof, and you're absorbing everything that you've got. They're different from flame and frostbite, but they do the same thing. This is just for fun, but the most important part of this is what you see is a plus 10 from enchanting. I'm going to say that if you have 100 enchanting, this isn't helping you. You're not going to get 110 from enchanting. Like, I don't think anything goes above 100 as far as like your skill set is concerned. I haven't noticed, but if it does, cool. This is nice early on, especially when you go legendary too. This is very helpful for getting up to 100 again. And this is actually a pretty sweet ring. I'm probably wearing. Now the other thing to remember is that this isn't. This. Imagine if you had frostbite and flame, and it didn't cost you any magicka. So if you run around using those things all the time, it's nice, but you're not getting any experience either. It's not helping your destruction, I don't believe. So this is actually probably the better ring to go with the set. I mean, how sweet is that? If you're really into illusion, is that illusion? Anyway, if you're really into, and I don't do this because it screws up a lot of things, in my opinion. But don't, like, well, at least get the. I don't want to spoil too much. Gather blood. I'll just say that. Gather the blood you need for Septimus Signus. And don't run around with a conjurer when you do that mission. Otherwise, things can get screwed up. Otherwise, this is awesome. Because remember what frost damage does. Frost damage affects health and stamina. Stamina equally. Man, I need a Coke. But anyway, a Coca-Cola, thank you. But yeah, they're getting 50 points of health and stamina damage. I mean, it's just awesome. And you look like a jogger, so how cool is that?
You should have seen me at the height
Everything
of my
else is really just, you know,
I was fearless
show.
and took too many risks.
There are some cool
but
things
that's what it was all about.
that Eleanor has set up for Oriel's bow, Oriel's shield, Initiate's Hewer, the Paragons. This is all Dawn Guard stuff, so what this really should probably be is a light and heavy T49. You guys are awesome if anybody's watching this from the get-go. Should be here. And then special shields. This is so annoying. I love this dagger rack. And again, you can see that it's special stuff. I love the staff rack again. Pretty cool, right? Except the Skull of Corruption, which never stays in any staff rack anyway. It's just awesome. I should be carrying it around, actually. Masks. Again, I want to check something. Okay, so I didn't lose anything. That good. Balak's Tomb. I didn't get anything from Balak. I'm not sure if you're supposed to, but I'm not worried about losing a mask now. But place to stick the jars. There's even, and again, here's some. Oh, that's right. Like, check this out. So here's Dawnbreaker, right? And here's Dawnbreaker. I managed to get 2 Dawnbreakers. I don't even really understand how it happened. It duplicated itself from my inventory, which is awesome because this is one of the best swords to run around with in a dungeon with Draugr, or if you're fighting vampires. It does this really cool effect that looks really neat and is powerful, and it's just fun. It's a good way to get your one-handed up, even if you're just fighting, because it's not as powerful as my ebony sword, which is, you know, look at that, 281 compared to 170, plus 40 points of frost and 40 points of shock. To me, this is the way to go, except for an absorb health chaos damage build. If you're not doing those two, then do these, because you're getting 40 points of health damage, 40 points of stamina damage, 40 points of health damage from the shock, and then 20 points of magical damage. This just wrecks everything that people do when you hit them. So, oh, and as far as the arrows are concerned, look at this thing. On a lethal blow, manifests itself into a soul gem filled with the soul of the target. This is great. Okay. Once you get to whatever level it is, or basically, I went to where you can get the the soul stealer arrows are part of the congrumenez, I don't know how to say it, thing, which is basically like this seriously I don't know, over treasured. You get great treasure from this place, and they threw these in there. And, well, they throw these in there in the way to make them. So I'm assuming it's a soul gem plus some arrows or whatever. It looks like dwarven arrows. But, after I went there, that's in Soulstone, by the way. After I went there, and I got however far, before I realized I didn't have enough of my congrumenez gems, it started showing up in shops. So you can just buy them. They're not that expensive. They're like 4 coins a piece or something like that, which is actually cheaper than a lot of the arrows. And you can get in the game. We're gonna take a walk for a sec because I am parched and extra fridge. So I'm thirsty. But, unfortunately, if you've been watching this long, I've burped like 11 times. I could really use Coca-Cola right now. And I'm going to take care of a couple of little things before I wrap up this video, because it's time. I think 3 hours is beyond what's necessary. I would like to point out that I have a few cool videos that if you'd like to check out. Some of them are not cool. I tend to get inebriated sometimes before I do these things, and they turn into curse-ridden rants. They say smart people curse a lot, so maybe I'm really smart. Maybe I'm just a jackass, I don't know. But anyway, alright, hold on. I don't need to hear this. Hello. Alright. Okay, Mirror Watch. So you've seen some of the cool things that Eleanor can do. Buy this. 400 credits, absolutely worth it. Spend the $8, $15. Get you the arrow pack. Which gives you... I should have most of them on me. Fire arrows. This is an area of effect, an AoE. So when it hits, it's going to affect the people around you, but it's also going to explode shit everywhere. So remember, when you fire this into a room, that sapphire that you really wanted, book, everything's going flying. You also get ice arrows or lightning arrows. What?
Search turn something up in arrows or lightning arrows.
Hey,
have a look.
Siri. I didn't say hey Siri, so shut your mouth. She's trying to talk to me. Fire arrows obviously set things on fire. There's an area of effect. It wrecks everything around it. Remember that, including your followers. The ice arrow obviously affects both health and stamina. Again, all these things have AoE, so keep that in mind. You're going to knock stuff over. And the lightning arrow does the health damage in half to Magicka. You have the Soul Stealer arrows, which to me is worth the whole pack, in my personal opinion. Okay, what's great about these? I started explaining this and I forgot. You know what sucks? Carrying around a bunk. Well, first of all, trying to find black soul gems, empty. Carrying those things around, and because they weigh a pound each. Running around with a bunch of grand soul gems trying to kill giants and mammoths. I call them mammoths because that's what they are. They're woolly mammoths. You may call them mammoths. Do what you like. But it's dumb. And the worst thing about carrying around a bunch of soul gems is when you have a petty soul in your greater soul gem, or a common soul in your grand soul gem. This eliminates all that stupid crap. And it eliminates a ton of weight from your inventory because you don't have to run around with a bunch of empty soul gems. You don't feel like a jackass soul stealer, even though I guess you kind of are. And you can limit it to when you need it. So if I'm running through, I'm deciding to get my one hand up. I want to get my one hand skill up. I want some of those, free skill level. I'm trying to get some perk points or whatever, and I'm just trying to get that skill up. I don't have to keep I don't have to run around with this heavy greater soul gem with a common soul in it, or a lesser soul in it. If I shoot a lesser soul, it's a lesser soul gem. If I shoot a human, it's a black soul gem. If I shoot a giant, I get a grand soul. You know what I'm saying? And it just automatically turns into that soul gem. It's in your inventory. So, I'm running through a dungeon and my bow is just whacked out, completely, used, because I use my bow pretty much most of the time. Let's take a look. Yeah, I just built that with a black soul not too long ago. But anyway, it just fire a couple of, and it doesn't work every time. And I like that. It shouldn't, Well, don't make it too easy on me. That's one of my things about, it's the same thing when I do mods. Occasionally I mod myself up to God status because there's something I want to do or whatever. It's just that kind of playthrough. But usually with this stuff I add on in my mods, it just makes the game more fun, or something that makes the game make more sense. Like, why can't I enchant my tavern clothes with, or no, why can't my tavern clothes be light armor? Or maybe it, mods, 3 hours and 1 minute and 29 seconds. Alright, mods in Bethesda Fallout universe, you have way more options, way more things you can do than you do than you have in Skyrim as far as console mods, okay? And what it seems to me like, even if I had a computer, or I'm sorry, I have a computer, but if I had Skyrim on my computer, it'd still be way less mods than and mods that I can enjoy than are in Fallout 4. To be honest, but I don't know. Yeah. Creation Club generally I feel is a ripoff because I have to pay for it. And to be really, really honest, I can have 100 mods on my Fallout. I could have 100 mods on my Skyrim. Let me have 4 from the Creation Club. It'll wreck my game if I have other mods on. And I don't know if that's something Bethesda did on purpose. I wouldn't put it past them at all, because they're dicks. They're really dicks to their fans sometimes. And I'll explain real quick. Skyrim is not an Elder Scrolls game. I agree 100%. It is an Elder Scrolls game. I agree 100%. Okay? That's a shitty thing to say, but it's true. It's definitely Elder Scrolls. It's definitely not Elder Scrolls. If you play Elder Scrolls Online, you got Skyrim. I mean, see? You got Elder Scrolls 5 the way you wanted it to be. Or at least closer, right? If you're a true Elder Scrolls player. But I also think that Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim, which is not an Elder Scrolls game, is the answer to everyone that's ever bitched about anything from Morrowind on. I do, because they gave... You want to be a thief that is practically invisible with dual-wielding blade, daggers, one that steals souls and with fiery soul trap, and one that has, absorb health and stamina on it, and you just sneak and stab. I mean, backstab can get up to what, like 15 times damage or something like that? You can do it. You want to be a battle mage with an enchanted sword and a spell in your left, a spell in your left hand and your enchanted sword in your right hand? Go for it. You want to be a druid who can heal themselves, who's one-handed, is just out of control? You can do it. And with their armor and smithing and taking, I mean, it really freed up the ability in this particular game. This is why people love this so much, in my personal opinion. Even the people that hate this game love this game. It gave you ultimate role-playing possibilities, in this game, it's really hard and a tougher route to follow, especially if you're playing something other than easy or normal or whatever. But you can literally just fight through this game with your fists. You can play a monk, for real in this game. Run around in your robes trying to beat the hell out of everybody, dude. That's possible in this game. You want to be the tankiest tank, you can do it in this game. You want to be the wizardiest wizard, you can do it in this game. If you want to be a wizard tank and a tank wizard, or whatever the hell, a tank healer, whatever you want to do, it's really sort of there in this game. And I found that Bethesda are such assholes about fixing things that people ask for. So, if you don't play Fallout, this might not make sense to you, but if you do, you'll totally get it. Nuka World was the answer to the bitching about the base game of Fallout. But what did that end up doing was pissing everybody off because it wrecked the base game so much. It was so different. And if you really want, because what was the biggest complaint about Fallout 4? You couldn't really be a bad guy. Like an evil bad guy, right? What'd they give you? They gave you Nuka World. which pissed a lot of people off. But that's what Bethesda does. Oh, you want to be a bad guy? Here, you can be a bad guy, but we're gonna make it so you wreck the game. Now, and believe me, I shared no lost feelings for not having to deal with Preston anymore, but they respond aggressively, but they still give you what people ask for. It's weird, but Skyrim to me is Nuka World for Oblivion, if you can put that together. Girl, what is wrong with you? Are you sick? Anyway, yeah, you know, this is the answer to a dozen problems that people bitched about and things that people complained of. Do you have to play a minigame every time you talk to somebody? No. I love the minigame in Oblivion. I was great at it. And I used it on everybody because I realized it's just like acrobatics.
My father wanted me to follow in his footsteps as a hunter, but I set my aspirations a bit higher. He never complained. I miss him.
She's so sweet. She misses her daddy. But, cause I'm a daddy, just so you know, 2 times. But, they literally like fix a ton of shit that people were complaining about in Oblivion. You know, there's no speech minigame. In fact, speech means nothing in this game. Like, that's what I'm talking about. That's why Bethesda is such a dick, because people complained in Oblivion about the speech and they didn't, you know, the speech and the merchant and how it was different and how you had to, like, you know, play the stupid mini game so you could get you couldn't even get like the greatest of deals with every merchant. You know, there was like 4 merchants in the game that you could get like an 80% whatever return on your what you get like 80% of the value of the stuff that you sell to them. Well, Skyrim crushed that. You know, oh, there's not enough alchemy ingredients. It's hard to do alchemy, and which it wasn't, because you had all the food, and you could make as many food potions as you want. Some people said that the making your own potions and enchantments and stuff was too overpowered. Well, they got rid of that, right? They always go to the extreme to give you, in theory, what you want. So Bethesda are assholes when it comes to that kind of stuff. You just got to get used to it. They make great games. No one's saying they don't. But what I think Todd Howard wants is for people to stop complaining. Period. Which is impossible. Especially when it comes to role-playing games, because we are the nerdiest assholes in the world. And he always just goes like 10,000% in the other direction. Or 10,000%. It's like, you want 100% in this direction. No. We're going 700%. You're like, well, that was a bit too much. Had problems making money in Oblivion, which I really don't understand, because that was another game I'm going to give you some advice from an old timer, okay? From a guy who was here, whose first video game was a handheld Coleco football game. You know what I'm saying? Whose first video game was a table tennis where 2 lines batted a dot across another line. Okay?
You should have seen me at the height
who remembers seeing Donkey Kong in a Winn-Dixie for the first time?
Took too many risks. But that's what it was all about.
They give you everything you want, and even when it's not there, they kind of got to wreck it some way. You know what I mean? Anyway, rant over. 3 hours 11 minutes. Here's Mirror Watch. It's worth it. It's 400 credits. I'll give you a quick setup on how I've got things set up. Soul gems, jewelry, unenchanted apparel, unenchanted weapons, the staffs. I love having this. When you first start, of course, until you go to Solstheim, until you do what you need to do to get the Telvanni Wizard to make it accessible, there's only two. There's two unenchanted staves that you can get. One's destruction, one is like illusion, I think. And you'll have just enough soul gems to leave one here in the bucket. And you don't get all these options to begin with. You have to go to Solstheim. But you can make those two stabs, and you want to get fire, pretty much. Heart stones aren't hard to get. I could probably have 200 of these by now if I kept going back to Solstheim and sorry. But what I want to point out real quick is keep going there and keep buying these unenchanted staves. When you go legendary, these have way more weight than, because you're not going to be able to disenchant anything again. Don't fool yourself with that. Don't fill up a cabinet full of enchanted shit because you think, oh well, when I go legendary, I'll just unenchant all this shit. No, that's not how it works. Once you learn a spell, once you learn an enchantment, it's total through the game. But this is a real quick way to bring up your enchanting after you go legendary. Speaking of going legendary, let's talk about alchemy ingredients real quick. Don't even worry about this stuff. You don't have to buy that at all. But do gather as much as you can. And now every single bee, except for occasionally buying one, not buying one, but grabbing one from that Tundra Homestead, and the occasional one out and about in the world, I bought all these. Grow these. Now look at the numbers on this. 160. I just want this out there for the world. 3 hours, 14 minutes, 45 seconds. 262 blue butterfly wings. That's not counting all the ones I've already used to make damage magic regen potions. No. I just want you to see some of these numbers. That's paralyzed. That's a fast way to get up the alchemy tree and make a ton of money. Invisibility. Except for 3 runs into places where you can get a shit ton of Chorus eggs, I paid for most of that. Those are the same places where I got the antenna and I only got 9. Look at that chicken things. Again, these are rarely for sale. This is just rabbing the same chicken's nest over and over again. Slow potions until you die. Now, no, I'm not even going to explain that. So as you can see, anything that I've planted and can pick over and over again, and I just recently planted the giant lichen. But look, I've had that since day 1 in this game. And you see the numbers. Again, that literally is just from pulling all the honeycomb from my 3 houses and buying it when it's up for sale. I grow that, I grow that, I grow that. Damage magic or regen. It's 49 Nernry after I gave Ingen Blackbriar 20 and used them for invisibility potions over and over again. Look at that. Do you know how many slow potions I can make? Look, 572 salt piles. $237 death belt. So I can make 237 slow potions right now if I wanted to. Easy. I still have a ton of salt. I could probably go up 2 more times legendary just on slow potions alone with my alchemy outfit on. Never stop collecting this stuff until you've decided that you've gotten tanky, godlike enough. Alright, just keep going. Just grab. And the nice thing is, like I said, when you're growing this stuff, man, I don't have to pay for it. When I'm out in the world, I can keep my weight down because I don't have to pick every death bell, every whatever I see, every snowberry. I could probably, just with what's the best? Probably fortify enchanting, actually. I mean, just with snowberries, I could probably go legendary. Never stop collecting. Well, until you don't need to. Alright. Actually, while I'm here, because I'm heavy as hell. Sorry, guys. Look, 34 blue butterfly wings. Just since I started this video, they're not hard to get. That's about what I run with, and you can see how much weight that took up. So, and again, I'm getting to a point where I definitely have enough ingredients of all types, except for the ones that I can get through the Khajiit. I'll keep collecting those, but I mean, at this point, really, I don't really need to collect anything else. And you see, I lost what, about 100 pounds. Alright, Meyer Watch, oh yeah, so, this is some random shit that I want to use for, role-playing, and more importantly, this is the stuff I use for smithing. I've been building it up because I'm gonna go legendary and smithing probably next. I'm gonna get rid of some shit while I can. Look at this sack. Wait, hold on. this will give you an idea about how what I run around with. It's good to have a few jewels on you. They're lightweight and they pay for stuff sometimes when you don't have enough of what you need. And that's about as many jewels as I usually run around with. However, look at this stat. 70 amethyst, like. Alright, let me get the hole. There we go. You could honestly imagine this large sack filled with probably that many jewels, and it would probably look kind of like it does right now. 21 flawless diamonds equals how much? That's right. Right there is 21 grand. Add it all together. I'm easily sitting on $1 million worth of merchandise. I'll show you what I mean. Anything in here is magically enchanted. Oh, that's legendary. But again, you can see I've gathered Thieves Guild stuff over and over again. Usually I sell it, so it's not really in here. And then, of course, I want to get to it if I can find it. I know there's something here. 17 iron daggers worth 688 coins a piece. That's $11,000 right there. Huh, they shouldn't be in here. Whatever. I mean, what? 100 grand ish. Now over here, oh, I sold it. Alright. Over here, recipes, potions that I think look cool that I want to use for role playing. Empty skooma bottles. And just to give you an idea, sleeping trees out. Look, who's your #1 skooma dealer? Me. All right, 3 hours 24 minutes. Let's finish this up here.
Nope. Sorry. Nothing.
So, what do? You go to Whiterun. Wrong side of the map. You go to Whiterun. You start here. Like you said, just walking from Helgen to Whiterun should give you enough ingredients, enough potions, and again, if you want to eat them or figure it out slowly, that's fine to you. I recommend eating any ingredient you have more than one of. Just remember, if you eat 17 of them, it might kill you early in the game. Oh, and I want to point out that with Dawn Guard turned on, okay, don't travel to Whiterun. Travel to the stables, okay? Whiterun occasionally gets attacked by vampires, and it sucks because they almost always kill the chick that the smith out front. Again, Riften stables, Windhill stables. Are you seeing a pattern? Any of the major cities, travel to the stables. If you get there at 8 o'clock and you travel into the middle, or 9 o'clock into the 10, 12 midnight, into the middle of Whiterun, first of all your people are going to be wandering from the Bannered Mare, and they're going to get eaten by vampires. And I can tell you of a particular playthrough, 2 of them actually. One in Riften. I'll just pop over there. had fast travel to Ripton. Again, early days. Ignorant playthrough. Good, it's morning.
Fools!
Wrong shout. Anyway, sorry. I know. And like I said, nobody is watching this, let alone probably watching it from the beginning. But if you have, you may have learned a few things. And been slightly entertained. But I had a playthrough where I got here, and for whatever reason, I mean, the vampires killed every mofo that you can see right now.
We're one of the same kind.
They killed everyone in this square, every merchant in this square, and the only person that survived is the one that's not out here right now because he's always an ass. There he is. It has weird hours. Balment.
You've been a good
That was
friend
it.
to me.
Anyone else that you
means
could possibly bump into out
Good
here,
to see you.
killed.
Finally, someone useful
All
is
of
around.
them. All of them killed by vampires. The whole merchant area. Every single one of these people, including Fastrid and
The
Bosinius.
things here are so beautiful.
Well, I won't spoil it, but they're not usually here. So,
What do you want?
that sucked. And I hadn't even done all the missions.
Winter's morning.
And this one is particularly important for reasons that I won't explain, but the same as Medici. And luckily, I had started
All meats guaranteed.
the Thieves Guild.
Clean and free from rock joint.
Because if I hadn't, it would have been broken beyond repair. And I wouldn't have been able to be a Thieves Guild because I couldn't have done anything with Brimroll.
Always as fresh as the day it was collected.
The first mission with that person, it would have been impossible. So, this one and then Markarth as well. Not only did it kill everyone in the market that you first walk into, it also killed the miners. They also killed the smith and her assistant. And the Vigilant of Stendar I had already done. So that wasn't wrecked, but they probably would have killed him too. So never travel with Dawnguard on to the city proper, except I will say if you go straight to the Thieves Guild entrance after you become part of the Thieves Guild, and go straight down into the Thieves Guild from wherever that entrance is, you can generally get away with it. But since Ripton is so close to vampires are a problem in this area. Now, I've never really had an issue with vampires in Windhelm, and I can only think of one Solitude playthrough where I had even got attacked by vampires, honestly. And there were so many people there, I killed like one vampire. And the citizens took care of the rest. It's just a lot of people, at the time that they attacked, and just the amount of people and guards that tend to be available. Whiterun can be a pain in the ass, and I'm going to show you why, and I'm going to risk a vampire attack. And we're going to see if it's going to do it. I'm assuming, because I'm an ass, that it'll work. Oh well, it'll glitch. Alright, a lot of times when you transfer here, fast travel here, every single guard in Whiterun, see these are Stormcloaks.
Hey, you mix potions, right? Hey, you brew me an ale.
Shh. Well anyway, back when it was White Guard run,
What do you mean?
all of them would pop in here, they'd all fall down here, It all has to slowly march back into the hold, or back into the
I've
city
seen enough death
to
last
do
2
anything.
lifetimes.
And
I'm never tired of it.
unfortunately, vampire attacks don't happen here. They don't happen up in Dragon's Reach. I'm going to show you exactly where vampire attacks occur. And why Adriana of Amici is generally killed. Also, she can be killed. It's because it happens right here. Right here. You come here at the wrong time, early enough for Adriana to be either heading towards the inn or on her way back. No, they're gonna kill her. They'll kill her, they'll kill her husband, this whole shop will be useless. Have them kill the Fletcher. You know, just fast travel to the stables. Another great thing about fast traveling to the stables is, and it'd be nice if it'll play out this way, but I doubt it. It's a good way to find Kinshit, who are incredible trading partners. They're not here right now. Normally they'd be here in this area. Alright. Points to make. Do not turn dragons on until you're ready. How about that? I would wait.
When I was young,
Okay, ideally this playthrough works with no dragons until level 50. Okay? If you can't wait that long, or you get bored, or you need something else to do, I completely understand. I wouldn't. Don't introduce dragons until level 46. But if you really need to have them, try to wait till level 35. Alright, that sounds about right. Around level 35, I tend to get bored with this whole deal, and I end up playing the game anyway. If you're looking for missions to do, to make money, and advance a particular line, go to Riften, get involved with the Thieves Guild, and start the Radiant quests with Delvin and Vex. And again, I don't consider that much of a spoiler. You have to do a certain amount. You have to do 5 missions in each hold, and they're sort of random. That's how they come up. So you could get Solitude, 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 but you could also get Solitude, 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 and you're waiting for a mark card. Okay. Just it's a way to make good cash. Depending on what level you're in, it could be a couple hundred, it could be 500, it can be more than that. But it's a steady paycheck early on. They're simple, especially what I would recommend is getting burglary jobs from Vex and numbers jobs from Delvin. Alright? And that's all I'll say on that. But it's a great way to advance that storyline in a way that you can visually even see the effects of, but you can feel it in your pocket as well. And it's stuff that has to be done anyway. So do those missions. What I would also say is around level 35 or 40, if you're like, man, this is so boring, because it is boring. I want you to understand this is a boring, grinding playthrough. You're gonna get alchemy ingredients from the get-go, and that's all you really need to do. Like I said, just walking from Helgen. You know, what are you doing? Just walking from Helgen to here, and then collecting all those ingredients out this way, you are set for the rest of the game. Because you're going to use those potions to buy ingredients, you're going to use those ingredients to make potions, you're going to use those potions to buy ingredients, and you're going to take this carriage, and you're going to take it to Windhelm, Solitude.
We are traveling to the Shrine of Kinnereth in Whiterun. I hear the Gildergreen is more beautiful. They say that eating the fruit it bears will add years to your life.
There ain't no fruit on that tree. Anyway, is there? I'm curious. Anyway, so, yeah. You're just gonna get alchemy ingredients. You're gonna go to all the alchemists, keep selling, building up your speech tree, right? That's gonna happen sort of automatically. Like my speech is 110, so you can go up above on speech. I mean, I guess I could have here's the thing. I could certainly have my alteration. I mean, not my alteration. My Pizzahulk, get your shit together. My enchanting to 110. I don't know if it really affects what I'm making, but okay. Sorry. 3 hours and 38 minutes in, man, my mouth is dry. So, anyway, right from the get-go, you're going to have enough alchemy ingredients. And again, you can rob this place blind. It's full.
My favorite drinking.
And especially, you're going to want to pull, the day you walk in here, the nightshade and the dragon stone.
My father wanted me to follow in his footsteps as a hunter, but I set my aspirations.
I'm not kidding. Like from day one, when you step into this game, you're set up, and it's messed up. And compared to Oblivion, compared to ESO, compared to Morrowind, compared to almost any Bethesda game, you know, this one in particular gives you everything you need to be a billionaire who buys everything and does hardly any work and still can become the greatest sorcerer, fighter, politician, whatever you want to be. You can be whatever you want to be. And you can pay for it. Most of my skills, I didn't pay for any enchanting skills. A little bit of smithing. But again, it's kind of unnecessary since you're just making iron daggers over and over again, and you'll be able to buy all the iron that you want, okay? Because you're going to have tons of money from selling your potions, and that's how it works. So
you tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Get your alchemy up, get your smithing up, get your enchanting up, make fortify enchanting and fortify smithing potions. Enchant 4 pieces of smithing and 4 pieces of enchanting equipment. I'll show you my apparel. We have the weapons and armor can be improved 31%, creative potions 31%, weapons and armor potions 31%. The hide helmet is going to give me 32%. Obviously, like I said, there's ways to get this way higher, by the way. I mean, you can make potions that are worth, you know, they give you a 7,000 point boost to this, and they last for like, you know, 24 hours worth of time. You can smith stuff that with one hit of your sword, it's a 7,000 point hit. And that's natural, that's in game. Like I said, that's not cheating, that's glitching. And if they don't want to fix the glitch, that's on them. But anyway, I should have some blacksmith clothes. No, I got fine clothes. Weapons and armor. You'll also see illusion stuff that I find helpful. The hat, and then robes as well. This is always on me. Once I can get this, these are also helpful. There's nothing wrong with this either, because that's another one you can kind of bump up. I'm gonna point out these bad boys. That's right. Anyway, so if you want my advice, play a female character. Why? Because you get a 10% bonus with either way, too, by the way, on what you're selling and what you're buying. For merchants, the only skill line that makes harder is alchemy. And it doesn't really make it harder, it just narrows the amount of people that you can work with. But when you think about Norelian and the guy in Riften, they have huge inventories of some of the best stuff. So, yeah, you know, whatever. It's not really that much of a loss. However, in almost all the other categories, most of the merchants are male, and then you should find a perk at some point. Agent of Debella, you do more combat damage to the opposite sex, and since I would say that 80 to 85% of the people you're going to fight are male, be a female. Let's say you're not big into Dragonborn. Okay. Go get this. Attack, shouts, and destruction spells. Now remember, this is attack, shouts, and destruction spells. No other spells. Do no damage to your followers when in combat. I've had legit thousands of hours into this game. I've run around. My favorite followers are listed as Mjol, Telvin Sedri, well, those are my two favorite. Chazargo from the College of Winterhold, Briadulana from the College of Winterhold, Eric the Red from Rorikstead, Mercurio, Uthgerd, that's it really. I mean, everybody else is alright. If I skipped your favorite, screw you. Your guy sucks. Whatever. Anyway, and then get the Dragon Infusion if you're big into fighting dragons. But again, I wouldn't even turn. I was level 43 or 4, even though I knew I wasn't quite level 46, and at that magic number, I just got bored. Wait as long as you can to turn dragons on. But if you're gonna turn dragons on, don't forget to get this from Esbern. It's permanent. He gives you something else that helps too, but it's like 24 hours or something like that. My personal preference. This is great. As well. And then I want to get into the resist magic. So, Agent of Mara. This is super important, actually, for this particular build and roleplay. And if you've been paying attention for 3 hours and 45 minutes. Half Breton, half Nord. I want to be magic resistance and absorb that magic. So, what do we have? We have 15... Let's just do the numbers right. 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, 70, plus my ring, 80, 96%, and that's not counting my necklace or my shield. So, what that does is it makes me 96% resistant to magic right here. Okay, walking around with one ring on. That's it. When I add the 30% absorb magic, I don't even need the ring really, especially with the Atronach down. This is always nice, obviously, especially if you're into the merchant alchemy build. And then I'm going to show you where this is. which gives you 100 carrying capacity, no movement penalty from armor, and I believe there's another bonus involved. And I'll just show you that real quick. I believe I did it earlier in the video, but why not show you again on that one right there. To the beginning of the game. When you get to a point where you can either get your pickpocket up or you're just done, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to pick up. And again, the nice thing about this particular playthrough, and I'm going to stress this one time before we close, you don't have to take all that shit that you normally pick up throughout the game, which is so annoying, because you're like, oh man, do I have to put this sword down so because I want to enchant it, but here's this cool enchanted thing, and I need this iron ore, and but I picked up this cool book, and you end up dropping shit, just laying around hoping that you come back and you never do to go pick it up, or if you do, you just feel like an ass because you're running around picking up stupid crap. That's out. That's out. Add this on from the get-go, and then when you get to that point where you're done grabbing every alchemy ingredient because you got 100 of each in your lockbox there, if you've got a drawer full of iron daggers and whatever, turn that off and pick another stone that's more helpful. I actually think you should start with the mage stone. Personally, it's helpful until you walk your ass over here, which isn't that hard. Take a carriage to Solitude and then figure out how to get over here. Whether you're hopping over mountains, which is easy or possible. If you're walking the shoreline to get over here, or if you cut through where is it? Here, or here, or around this way. Whatever. Find your way to the Steed Stone. Pray to it, or whatever it is, and it's really going to make a huge difference in your game. It really is. It's going to... you don't think about it much, or as much later in the game, but man, it's a really big part of being a merchant. Think about it. I would love... I'm going to take 3 hours, 50 minutes. I'm going to take 2 minutes to say, look, something I like. I don't like survival mode, but I also like wandering around. And I think the carriage system in this game is whack, because it could be so much better. And it would be more, whatever, for all you losers who like immersion like me, but not too much immersion. There should be more to do with a carriage. Like, I think you should be able to honestly ride around with a horse and a buggy. Not maybe everywhere, but close enough to where you need to be. And keep it kind of realistic, like, okay, I have my horse and buggy, and I'm in Solitude, and I'm going to leave 90% of my junk in here, or 70% of my junk in here. Dress, armor, swords, bows, or whatever, and head out from my carriage, my base, basically, and that way I can add to whatever I have on. You know what I mean? I just feel like the carriage system and the traveling system could have been a little better. But yeah, definitely get the steeds down. It's a major part of being a merchant, being able to carry all your crap and gear. And like I said, once you're done, you know, go to the Atronach Stone. That's going to be really important. I mean, spell absorption is great. Is there anything else I want to cover real quick? Again, enchanting is an easy one to go legendary in, especially once you get to Solstheim and you can get stabs or staves. The cheat that I showed you at this very beginning of this extremely long video can also help you. You know, and don't forget, you can watch part of this tonight, and part of it tomorrow, and part of it the next day if you really have that attention span deficit. But you want to focus on enchanting, smithing, alchemy, okay? Those are the three things that are going to make you the most money. And let's go to one-handed. I barely stabbed anybody in this game. I mean, I've killed several people. But I think level-wise, what's interesting, where is it? Do I want to go? I think, yeah, here we go. If you look at it, look, only 74 dungeons cleared. That's including the fact, oh, that's the other thing. Around level 40, 30 to 50 or whatever, go to Solstheim and finish that. Just get the Dragonborn done. But that's with Dragonborn done, okay? And that's really the only thing I've finished. You know, I barely tapped into the College of Winterhold. I've done nothing with Dawnguard, except for going to the Meadery and taking care of the Meadery in Whiterun. That's as far as I've really gone with the Thieves Guild, except for doing the Radiant quests. Those are all done. I have all four merchants in the Thieves Guild. Nothing really with the I helped the Ventus Arantino and acknowledged, but I still haven't been to the Dark Brotherhood home. I mean, there's as far as Civil War is concerned, I took over Whiterun, and the one place I needed to get the house, here's Yurem and Windhelm. I haven't fought Batama but one time. I mean, like, the majority of what this game has to offer, I've barely touched. And this will help show you. Look at the gold. Look at the gold. How much? How much? 1,013,288 found. I don't even know what that means, okay? I just know it's a shit ton of gold. Alright. Chest looted 1,793. That's part of knowing the game and realize I'm just really good at picking locks. Skill increases 1,226. But only 50 skill books read. But look how many training sessions, 254. Horses owned. Barters, there we go. 6,227 barters. No wonder I have 100 speed skill. And like I said, that's how it works. I mean, think about it. You're buying, 1, 2, 3 eyeballs. You're buying 1, 2, 3 wings. You're buying 1, 2, 3 of this plant. 1, 2, 3 of this plant. 1, 2, 3 of this plant. And then I'm selling potion. I mean, you make these transactions like another. 2 bribes, 3 intimidations. 29 persuasions, which are all jokes. Look, here we go. Only 7 Dragonborn quests completed, but I guess that's really pretty much all of them. 68 quests completed total. Now I'm level 69. Do you understand what I'm saying? But look at miscellaneous objectives. 255. So it's really, What's a -6? I have a -6 in Thieves Guild quest completed. I don't even understand what that means. How do you have a -6? 2 Dark Brotherhood, 5 Civil War, 5 Daedric, and 0 quest lines completed. Level 69, 260,000 gold coins. I own every house in the game. I've paid for every advancement I can possibly pay for every single time. And even if you look at these numbers here, I've killed a lot of people, but that's because I kept running the and again, level 69, 678 people killed. That's not that much, especially when you look at creatures and undead. But yeah, I mean, it's from raiding these little jerky what do you call them? Raiders. That's all I can think of. Bandits over and over again. 0 backstabs. Here we go. Magic items made 471. Weapons made 465. What do I do with almost every single weapon I make? I enchant it and sell it for more money. That's another thing. When you're doing all these stupid iron daggers to get up in your smithing, enchant every one with a petty soul gem that you either acquired, paid for, or stole from the Khajiit. Potions mix. Again, this should explain a lot. And again, I went legendary. I'm still not done. 728. I sell them. Ingredients harvest 3,648. Now that makes sense, right? Look at the wings plucked. 808 butterflies have died at my hands, which means 1,616 wings, which means 1,616 $2,000 potions if I wanted. And this will be low. All of it. So, again, it's a 3:59:41. We're almost at 4 hours, people. We're going to wrap this up. So, get the Steed Stone. Get money. Pick every alchemy ingredient you can for as long as you need to until you have a huge stash so they can go legendary like 3 times if you want. And remember, that's really the best way to play Skyrim, in my personal opinion. I just don't really see a better way to play it. And I know what I started to say earlier. Ever since the very first video games, what is it that you're chasing? It's that gold coin, right? Right? Hit that brick, get that gold coin. Hit it 7 times, get 7 gold coins. Money matters in video games these days, especially real cash as opposed to in-game cash. And both are very valuable. Pay attention to how you spend it and how you use it. I'm not buying all this stupid shit from the Creation Club. When it comes to Fallout 4, I bought the backpack, I bought the Giddy Up Buttercup armor because I get Mark 7 armor from the get-go in the game. And stupid shit I like decorative stuff. So if you want a cool looking thing or that's fine, but for smart money, buy Mirror Watch because you have a home from the beginning of the game that costs you nothing except for the money, actual cash that you spend on it. No in-game money. And that's a huge deal in Skyrim. If you've never played, you're going to find out how important that is. And if you have played, you're going to find out even more, how you'll already know how important that is. And it's a real boon. So, like I said, backpack, Mirror Watch, the arrows, and whatever the alchemy thing, I think it's a spell pack, actually. That's what it is. This stuff. The choking grasp, elemental, blah, 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 blah. There's a couple of, this one. And this one. It doesn't really matter. I'm not interested in the spell pack as much as I am in the alchemy ingredients that come from it, from the kit sheet. So, I would definitely get those. Otherwise, everything else looks like trash to me. And if it's not trash, okay, you know, it's not necessary. Or look at it this way: if you're a Fallout player, then you know that you can buy a custom skin for your gun, right? That's just vanity. If you want something for vanity, please spend your money on it. You should spend your money on it because it's something that you want and that you like, okay? But if you're looking for something that is helpful to the game, the only thing that I've seen, again, are Mirror Watch, the Arrow Pack, whatever it is, the one that gives you the alchemy and the spells. Tundra Homestead is a rip-off. I'm sorry, but Eleanor, you screwed up on that one. You should have told them that it's fine, you can use this place, but don't charge them $7,800 in-game gold after they spend cash on a 300 credit Creation Club purchase. So, alright, ladies and gentlefolks, other hints real quick. Like I said, find that seed stone. If you look at my map, although it's way more extended than it used to be, if I had shown you earlier, it would show basically this area, a sort of a path through this way that led to here, that rolled down to Windhelm and then into Whiterun. This path down into Falkreath, which is basically the way the game's set up. Oh, you know what? I do want to show you one more thing. Falkreath, I feel like a lot of people get pulled into shit that they don't need to do. You know? Like in Morthal, it's really easy to get where you need to be. Again, I'm trying not to spoil too much stuff, but it's really easy to get where you need to be by doing just
said he saw a mage appear out of thin air.
what you need to do. Falkreath kind of tricks you into this idea, this feeling that there's all these things you have to do. Like, you have to find the dog. You don't have to find the dog. You don't have to do anything that has to do with that dog to get Falkreath, to get the, anyway, to get the house that you can get from Falkreath, to get Lakeview.
A woman approaches with a weapon.
You don't have to do. Yeah, you don't have to interact with this dog. Which, again, I'm not trying to spoil, but it is an extremely involved and long kind of mission. So yeah, you don't have to bother with that. There's also a werewolf problem here. You don't have to do any of that. There's another big mission here too that you can skip. All you really need to be able to do, I'm glad I remembered this. All you really need to be able to do is help the little guys, right? Anybody that has a shop or anything else that needs help, do what they need to do. Always carry a few pieces of chopped wood on you, right? So, and it's right here. Just chop 4 pieces of wood, right? There's somebody here that you can give that wood to, and that counts as helping someone in the hold. Just like if you help someone by giving them potatoes or leeks or whatever it is they farm and they want, And remember, holds are big because you can help someone in the surrounding area as well with a farm, or right here, help the people at Half Moon Mill. It counts as helping someone in Fall Creek. So you can skip a lot of missions just by helping people out. Now, Dawnstar, you're gonna have to free the people of Dawnstar from the dreams. You just have to. Morthal, I mean, helping out with the ghost and vampire situation. It's really simple. It's super simple. So, and you can get a bunch of people to help you, including your follower. It's not that hard. So Morthal, you can just kind of do the major thing. And what's the other place? Oh, I'm here, Fall Creek. Again, there's a ton of missions that it makes it seem like you have to do. Believe me, you can skip.
Keep your
you don't
arrows
have
in
to
your quiver,
do the dog thing. You don't have to
What is it? Dragons?
kill the vampire. And I will tell you, where is it? Yeah, the Bloodlet Throne. I can't tell you how many times I've been infected with vampirism by doing this job, and I hate being a vampire. I'm not a vampire. I don't like being a vampire. I used to become a werewolf so I don't get turned into a vampire. And I don't even do the whole werewolf thing. I didn't play this game so I could be some kind of monster. I played it so I could be whatever, the hero, the Dragonborn, bad or good, however you look at it, interpret it. But anyway, there's a lot of stuff you can skip and still get what you need. Like I said, Morthal was where I started with my first home. I think Fall Creek was next, and I finished last with Dawnstar because I just didn't feel like doing the mission there. As far as Solstheim is concerned, you know, I recommend going there, like I said, level 35 to 50, and just knock it out. Just knock it out, because there's some really great things that you want to get from here. Some shouts, some great powers from the stones.
The Northern Maiden is shipshape and ready.
Yeah. Oh, this is a nice one too. Look, 80%. Who doesn't want a werebear? Let's see, this one. Blizzard already takes care of that. Oh. Look. Glad I walked over here. Get this. Definitely get this. Figured out how to get it on your own. But I will tell you, Secret of Arcana is incredibly powerful and important. What does it mean? It means for 30 seconds I can blast you with spells I can't even use sometimes because I don't have enough magicka. They're just in my inventory. And I can use that, and use another one, and use another one, and use another one. Literally, especially when you go with dual casting, I mean, and if you have any perks we'll put in that, this is a game breaker. I don't know. This is worth it. Okay. So everything that you see here, as far as I'm concerned, this is worth it. That comes with being a Breton, and this is worth it. Why? Because if you play ESO, there's nothing wrong with having a merchant that pops up where you can just get rid of a bunch of crap and make some money. You know? And then again, active effects. I mean, a lot of this stuff just comes along with the game, but focus on this stuff. Focus on Agent of Mara. Agent of Debella, and Companion's Insight. Those three are particularly important. Make the merchant playthrough easier. Make any playthrough easier. And help you, this one in particular, just stop killing your followers. Talk to Esper. And again, the rest of it, whatever. So,
if you're looking for
anyway, hopefully,
Captain Diallo.
if you manage to stick along this far, you found some good tips and an interesting way to play. And I don't think, basically, I've always wondered, like, you know, you get caught up with these jerks, these Stormcloaks, these Imperials at the beginning of the game, and you're like, well, why was I caught up in this? Why was I going to Skyrim? You know, if you're playing as a Nord or an Imperial, first of all, if you're an Imperial, why are you in the same cart with these Nords? That makes no sense, and there's nothing to counteract that, which is a mistake. But why else are you here in Skyrim? Except if you're a Nord or an Imperial. There's no really other reason except for money, which is what most people travel around to do. So play that merchant playthrough. And like I said, the skills and the things that I've chosen are for what I want to do. You know? Take that 96 in light armor. Way to go, Pizzahulk. Really? Light armor is next to heavy armor? I really never understand this stuff. Put your points in heavy armor. You like to block, and there's some really powerful stuff, like this one, that one, this one. Actually, this is really fun, but not necessary. That one, I mean, you know, be a two-handed blocker in heavy armor. You can do the same build. I just happen to think that light elven armor is the better choice than heavy Daedric, you know. It's been proven, but that's my personal opinion. And put these points wherever you want, and like, you know, maybe you're like, oh my god, how do you not have a 5 in stealth at this point, muffled and like, that's your playthrough, you know. Do it how you want. I've already mentioned, you know, like I said, okay, I want sneak attacks of bows to do 3 times damage, but I don't need any of this other stuff, you know. I'd like some things from the lock picking tree, you know. This one especially, again, okay, sure, but they're not necessary, you know, to me. So decide what's important to you. Just know that the merchant playthrough is the way to go to get wherever you want to be. Okay, you can buy anything you want. You can buy every house in the game. You can buy every weapon that you see. And that's another thing too. I showed you a cheat at the very beginning of the video to get enchanted weapons. But when you're literally, look, one of the last things I'm going to show you, which you might think is a lie because I've said it like a dozen times, but no, here, there we go. I've got over 1 million gold, right? Found. But I only had, and the most I've had on me is basically, I think, what I've got now, $251,000 that I'm wandering around with. But that means I've spent 750,000 gold. You can buy whatever you want. You can buy all the skills you want, all the enchanted items you want to unenchant. I bought hundreds of soul gems instead of stealing them from the beginning like I showed you. I mean, you can. It just makes the whole playthrough easier, more fun, in my opinion. And it just, you know, you can do what you want. You want to be that dual-wielding thief who's a super sneaky guy? Great. You want to walk in your heavy armor, punch this guy in the face and fight every one of the Red Aaron Guard and kill them all without even taking hardly any damage? You can do that too. You know, it's all available to you in this particular playthrough. So, like I said, I developed this playthrough, probably my 3rd or 4th playthrough, I can't quite remember. But it's been helpful in on all my playthroughs, whether I've been a mage walking around in robes, whether I'm half Nord, half Breton in light armor with my tank beside me. Well, I'm popping out arrows and and magics, and they're just whipping the hell out of everybody with that battle axe and that heavy armor. You know, I could be them. I could be the tank, and they could be the archer. You know, it just, however you want to set it up, you got the money to do it. This is the way to do it. I think merchant playthrough is one of the best ways to do this game. You've always got cash, you've always got something to sell. Never leave the house without some potions. And you're pretty much set. So, if you're watching, if you manage to watch, if you ever watch this in the next 30 years, whatever, you know what I'm saying, I just want to say thank you for checking it out. I hope something, anything about this ridiculously long video helps you. Like I said, you want to start watching tonight and finish it tomorrow, you want to watch 10 minutes a day for however many days, you want to do whatever, that's fine. I hope there's something in here that was helpful. Thank you guys, and have a good night.
This may be the frontier.